Good morning, day, night, evening, afternoon, guys. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Welcome in to part 2 of our Firestrike Demolitionist. Fuck. Welcome into part 2 of our Firestrike Demolitionist. There we go. Oh my god, I can't talk. To our journey, right? So today we're gonna go from like level 40 all the way to 100-ish. Something like that. Welcome in, Old. Welcome in, Diallo. Welcome, Lucky Luke. We're still in normal, of course, and we're gonna head into the game. And I do wanna try to finally play ranged properly. So I'm using still the Kyrian's Skull Breakers right now, and I have like a Flame Brand in my inventory as well for level 43. And I mean, you could like keep on leveling Firestrike with a combination of either 2 Kyrian Skull Breakers or 1 Kyrian Skull Breaker and whatever else that's good for Firestrike that you find, like for example this Flame Brand. But yeah, however, we're gonna just play ranged Firestrike, and I'm playing on the test server, which does have not all, but some of the Forgotten Gods stuff and like items that you can find in the game already. At least the ones that you can find in the like, well, non-actual Fangs of Asterkarn areas. And there's one new one in Forgotten Gods, like a new one-handed crossbow actually, that has some pretty interesting Firestrike bonuses, but we didn't get it yet. As far as I know, it's gonna drop from like Korvac servants and their elites, of course. So we're gonna like try to, if we don't get it right away, farm them a bit, which you can do either from totems or like from the very last rift, like behind Tomb of the Eldritch Sun. So that's gonna be interesting. Forgotten Gods release when does Forgotten Gods come out indeed? Fangs of the Forgotten Gods, Fangs of the Forgotten, like peaks and mountains. I mean, we know it's gonna be this year, but that's all we know for now. Oops. We got 2 more devotion points to allocate actually, and also I should not skip the messenger volcano. Like, what the hell am I doing? There's like a side quest here. Fangs before Christmas, yeah. The Fangs of Christmas. Yo, Magifer, welcome, welcome. Did I say Forgotten Gods? Fangs of Asterkarn, whatever. Like, I'm playing Fangs of Asterkarn playtest, and Fangs of Asterkarn playtest has like some new items located in Forgotten Gods expansion as well. That's what I was like trying to say. Of course, it also has like new items in the actual Forgotten Gods, Fangs of Asterkarn, I guess that's what I said, right? The actual Fangs of Asterkarn expansion. But yeah, those we can't get to yet. You died in your dual wield melee saboteur, so leveling along with the dual wield Gunstinger Purifier instead. Nice, nice. Sounds good. Would Neri's Code Firestrike Saboteur still be playable? Yeah, I think so. You can still play that for leveling, and then late game there's like a couple of saboteurs I think you can like look at in the on the forums for sure. There should be like some. Firestrike was like, or like Firestrike Saboteur rather, was like really, really good. Like last patch. I mean, it's still good now. I think it like nerfed like a slight amount, but it's definitely good. Like once you get Ember's Calling set, for example, it's kind of like all you need for fire. And I guess like next in Ortros ideally as well, the swords. I'm speaking good today. Well, maybe my brain is still fried from like playing Dota yesterday. Defenders of the nerds, I mean of the keks, I mean of the ancients, of the ancient evils. Forgotten Fangs, Gods of Asterkarn, yep. Duncan is disappointed I chose melee over his precious guns. I mean, I did choose him and I did actually crop the guns, right? But the guns just... I mean... Like for the level, they're like the best thing you can get. More or less. Except when you have something else that's even better. Which are, well, Killian Skullbreakers. Actually taking damage here. Dodge that. Okay. What's my resistances? I guess my armor is not that great either. 300 armor only. Yeah, not the best. Acid, Aether, Vitality, Bleed is kind of a problem. I mean, otherwise it's fine though. I'm gonna need lots of Aether resistance for the Melmoth Act later on. Is Dune Fiend Our Reckoning Sentinel any good? Yes, it's pretty good. Dune Fiend is a very good set. Okay, hopefully we're actually like getting the item there, right? It might be honestly very hard to get the item here in normal. The drop chance is not gonna be very high. And also the mob density of that mob type isn't very high either in normal. Like an elite and ultimate you're gonna get like higher density. Especially in ultimate it should be like easy to get the item, but on normal it's gonna be a pain. Did I play the Gothic 1 demo yet? Not yet, no. It is out like since yesterday or 2 days ago, right? So maybe we play that on stream? Question mark? Maybe, maybe. Yeah, like the higher your infamy level is, right, the more enemies spawn. So, you really have like some extra spawns, but like once you have additional hero spawns, which also have like a lot higher chance to drop monster frequents, it's gonna be like a lot easier to get the the guns. That's not just the difficulty modifier, it's also the infamy. Classic casting? I'm not using classic casting and targeting. I think it's better without. But I mean, play in whichever way you think is like fun and good for you. I think that's a very subjective thing. I prefer without classic. You're gonna play Gothic 1 demo this weekend? Yeah, maybe I will too, who knows, we'll see. Yo, Ground Zero, welcome on, welcome on. Hello, hello, hello. Hello. I mean, Gothic games are like the German, like, Skyrim games in a way. It's like the German version of, like, Elder Scrolls games. I would say they are objectively like, a little bit worse, but they do have, like, I don't know, some, like, the atmosphere is just, like, I don't know, like, very Middle European, German, I feel like, and the humor is too, like, it's just, I don't know, like, for some reason it's just, like, I guess, it's Gothic is, like, mostly popular in, like, Poland and Germany as far as I know, so I guess that's just because, like, the game, like, the entire design just, like, resonates better with, like, Europeans, or, like, well, Germans and Polish at least. I mean, Skyrim in general, for example, is like an insane game, or Oblivion was too. And I guess like Gothic could have been like an insane like series as well, if they didn't like fuck it up back then. Like Gothic 1 and 2 were like great. Gothic 3, well, would have been great if it had like at max like half the bugs that it had on release. Like it was just like the entire game was like one big bug basically, I guess. And I think Gothic 3 is right now like really good actually if you like play it with like mods, like community mods that fix like all the bugs. But then like the other games after Gothic 3 I think kind of like went downhill a bit. And they're all so good. German games actually good. I mean, German games used to be like very, very good and big, like especially like in the late 90s, early 2000s, I feel like late 90s mostly, I feel like. Like the Anno series is like a German production as well, like the original at least. And I mean like 5 billion like simulation games I guess are German as well. And well, Gothic for example, right? And like Spellforce, I think it's like German too. Sacred is German as well, right? And there's some pretty good games. Dude, like about like 10 years after like German gaming like developers were actually good at making games, right? The German chancellor said like, what is it, the internet basically, right? This internet is Neuland. Basically like the internet is like something new for all of us. Like, oh my god. So yeah, I wouldn't count on like the government like supporting game devs anytime soon. I mean maybe now, I don't know, but probably not. I mean Titan Quest 2 is gonna be made by a German studio as well. We'll see if that's gonna be good or not. It might be very hit or miss, to be fair. We'll see. We'll see. We don't know like that much about the game yet, to be fair. Resident was also good, I guess. Drakensang is a German too. Yeah. Never played it, but you're probably right. I am sorry, my chosen. I have never played Drakensang. And you will die now, because you didn't play either Korok. Or Father Khan, rather. Oh shit. Dodge the, like, belly burst. Right. Dodge the kidney stones. We're not dealing all too much damage right now, right? And that is... I mean, we did kill him rather quickly, but compared to some other, like, runs, it's not the best damage right now, because, well, I'm level, like, 41 with level 25 weapons. So there is a small, like, discrepancy there. Time for Korvac, right? Exactly. Time to come, little human. He will make this quick. Also, where the fuck are my pistols, man? Give me the pistols. Korvac servants, what are you doing? Korvac servants. Servants of Korvac. Like these guys should drop the gun, come on. I like the crossbow rather. Do it. They're not dropping it? Free. I'm playing on test server, right? Yeah, I think I am. Mobile Korvac. Am I satisfied with the election results? I mean, considering what one should have expected, objectively, I guess it's fine. Because, like, it could have been way fucking worse. Is it subjectively fine? In my opinion? Not really. Like, definitely not, but it could have been worse, you know? Am I an AFD supporter? I mean, I don't know if this is like right to talk about, hey, who did you vote for? Like on fucking stream. But yeah, I didn't vote for the AFD. Like the problem with that party is mostly that I feel like there's some specific points that they're talking about that like many people want to address and want to have like talked about, but no other parties like talking about it properly, except for some that are actually, but just like in a more humane way, and I don't know, for some reason those aren't getting like voted for. And also like the bigger, older parties like kind of fail to address or like acknowledge some problems that are present in the country. So I'm not surprised they are as big as they are, even though I fully am like against what they stand for, let's say it like that. In your town, AFD is like 40%. Wait, are you... Wasn't like the lowest percentage for AFD like in some district of Cologne, which was like 6%, but then there was like a village like right outside of Cologne, like barely like 20 or so kilometers away, which was like also like 45% for AFD, something like that. I know like some people that vote AFD, mostly younger than me actually, but yeah, I don't think they are like smart in any way or form, if I'm being honest. Or like, well, they are, I don't know, I feel like they're like afraid for things that are kind of like a, how do you say that? Like a smoke screen, I guess, in a way. Or like a distraction. Gaming is an escape from the bullshit of politics. Yeah. Let's not talk about politics all too much, I guess. It's not really the purpose of the stream, I would say. I mean, I don't mind talking about politics in general. I don't mind talking about it at all. I don't mind like discussing politics, but a stream on Twitch is maybe not the best place for that. Don't they have history lessons about World War II in the eastern part of Europe? They do, but I mean, it's not just about Eastern Europe, eastern part of Germany. There's barely like anybody left in Eastern Germany, because like everybody who has like half a brain already like left Eastern Germany already anyway, I feel like. Because Germany like failed to integrate Eastern Germany properly, honestly. Just how they like failed to integrate like certain migrants as well properly. And I feel like Eastern Europe was like, you know, a similar like failed integration properly. In a way. In some ways it wasn't, but like in some ways it was, it feels like. And I mean, there are like districts in Western Germany that have like pretty much the same percentage for AFD, so it's not just like all about Eastern Germany. That's what like many people in the West think it is, but it's not really. And most of the people that are big in the AFD, right, they are from the West as well. They make politics in the East, but they are originally from the West, actually. Demolish these nuts. Thank you so much for the 16 months. Welcome back, Vinci. Oh shit. Stage 3, I'm getting wrecked. Oh my god, meteors. Don't get hit by meteors. Jump at the melee, kill him. Okay. There we go. Mateo Kaka, thank you so much for the kind words. Welcome, welcome on. This game is great. This game is a lot of fun. It is insane. All of Germany has World War II in school. I mean, I think like every country has that. Your opinion is fuck the left and fuck the right, all politics are corrupt. That's what gets you like to a state of like egality. Is that the word in English? Like when everything is whatever to you, right? And that's not the right mindset either, in my opinion. Because then like other people take over and they're gonna fuck you in the ass if you don't care. His cult has been crushed. Politics is whatever. Well, that's like what I heavily disagree with. It is definitely not whatever. It is literally the thing dictating how you live your life most of the time. Like more so than anything else, at least. Let's say it like that. Unfortunately. Well, like whether you like it or not. You can try to distance yourself from it, of course, but ultimately it's gonna affect your life a lot. Unless you like live off-grid, maybe. But like in any like society that doesn't have the population density of Siberia, it's gonna affect you a lot. And even in Siberia, it's gonna like affect your life a lot. Anyway, so we can play Chariot, right, with the new like devotion points here, which is a great devotion. We also should work towards Osiris Torch eventually. Also, Magic Devotion is actually pretty nice. If you have like another skill to activate it, which I guess we should get at some point eventually. Huh. I kinda don't like having like that many actives, to be fair. But I guess you would have to like play like Thermite Mines Flashbang anyway, eventually. So that's like 2 more abilities. And I mean, I guess if you're like Inquisitor, you could also like put Devotion on Inquisitor's C later on. And if you're an Oathkeeper, you can use Guardians of Empyrean for that as well, to proc devotions. Time for Hydra, right? Because we want to play a ranged weapon, but we don't even have a ranged weapon yet. Fuck. I need to reset and found the area again, I think. Nobody fucks your ass except for Korvac. True, Korvac fucks you.
Speak at last.
That's what Alkaiser said. True and real, a true propagator of wisdom right there. Yo, Travis O'Brien, thanks for the $5. Appreciate the support. Thank you so much for the support, man. Welcome onto the stream. Hello, hello, hello.
After all these centuries, you serve
Oh, oh, oh. There it is. You just need like one hero to spawn, I guess. Look at this. This is a new item coming in Fangs of Asterkarn expansion. It is gonna drop from these like Korban guys. Korvac
I've been
guys.
expecting you, human.
Cyborg69, thanks for the prime. Appreciate it. Welcome on to the Bloomers. And I mean, what it does, you can see that, right? If you dual wield these, you have literally like full conversion to Fire Strike and additional weapon damage on top. Because they convert like physical and chaos already, and then like, you know, the global conversion is gonna convert all lightning too. It would be even crazier if the chaos conversion was global. And the local conversion was lightning to fire actually. Because the fragments, like not the initial projectiles, but the fragments, they require global conversion. So unfortunately, if you like use 2 of these, you will still have split fire chaos fragments, even though the base damage, like the chaos damage that's getting added to your initial hit, is gonna be converted. But I mean, that's still like really fucking good, right? It is still gonna be insanely good. Unless they like changed how it works. I gotta like check this out maybe like off stream at some point, like.
How long did they think they should?
But I'm pretty sure it's not gonna convert to fragments. Like, that's how it definitely is right now. It might be fixed maybe until Fangs of Asterkarn is out, but I'm pretty sure it's not gonna be fixed. Well, else can conversion work like that? It's so dumb.
You're back.
I mean, the game is balanced around that, don't worry.
I have returned. The minion lord himself. It is time once again to worship minions and how we should always buff minions even more. GG noobies.
Thanks for the 24 months, Zaply. How you doing, man? Welcome onto the Bloomers. Welcome back. Is it time for another ban for Zaply? Ban Zaply? Not yet, I guess. Am I using some sort of visual overhaul mod or reshade? No, I'm using literally nothing. This is the game as it is. This guy didn't drop a weapon, unlucky. Skills are made out of like 2 or 3 different damage types. I actually like it a lot because it makes the skills better early game and it gives you something to aim for later. Like skills not having skills not being like single damage early makes them better against enemies that are resistant, because early game you're not gonna have like any resistance reduction, right? You need to like build it up by like getting points for the devotion page. You need to like build it up in the character, like in the masteries, right? By like getting points into the resistance reduction skills. So encountering like a fire resistant enemy early, when you're playing Fire Strike, would be terrible if like it would only deal fire damage, but it deals like some physical, some lightning, some chaos damage. So you're actually like dealing decent damage to enemies that are like super resistant. But once you actually do get your scaling going, right, around like mid to end game, then you will get items that give you conversion and streamline your damage types, right? So I think it's actually great the way it is. I don't know. You think conversion is annoying? Well, I think it's cool, but I can see the opinion of it being annoying. I think the game would be more boring without it, though. This is DLC area from the Forgotten Gods expansion, which has been out since 2019. This is the last rift from the main story there. I'm just farming this area because I need to like farm Corvette servants because they drop these like sorry, holy shit. Oh my god. These Eldritch Blaze emitters, there we go. Next season when, Pipilaf? Well, hopefully soon, because hopefully the expansion releases soon and then we can like launch the season after that, as soon as possible after that. If I had to guess though, maybe in May, but no earlier than that. Definitely no earlier than May. There is no date yet, no ETA. I haven't beaten the DLCs yet. Yeah, they are 100% worth it and very cool to play through. Good story, if you care about story. Nice environments, cool enemies, great items. But even having a rough date sucks. I mean, the rough date is 2025. It's gonna come out at some point in those like 365 days of this year. Well, now less than that because we are already like, I mean, as I said, like I'm pretty sure it's never gonna be like before May, so it's like within the last 8 months of 2025. So like definitely not first quarter. Second, third, or fourth. We'll see. But yeah, hopefully soon. Hopefully soon.
After all these centuries, the usurpers dare not even show their faces.
I mean, they are cooking, I can tell you that. They are cooking pretty well, I would say. I'm taking... Like... What kind of damage am I taking here even? I guess it's... I mean, acid is also like a bit scary, but everything else should be high. I just have like low base HP, I guess, like not even 100 HP per level, holy shit. How much cunning do I need for these guns? 300? Okay. We're safe then. Is there a big overlap on PoE and Grim Dawn players? I would say there's a decent overlap. Because they're both like RPGs and both aren't like as piss easy as Diablo to understand. So there's like a decent overlap. Not like a crazy overlap, but a decent.
Good, you're back.
Rekfeels, blom, 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 rekfeels, blom.
Thank you so much for resub, Ground Zero. 54 months, dude. That's like almost... It's like 4.5 years. Holy shit, dude. I appreciate the support, man. It feels awfully low. I mean, that's just like normal difficulty for you when they don't drop from like a hero or like a boss rather, right? So that's just normal. Anyway, we're gonna switch over to these guns, right? Time to play some guns. Time to bring out the big guns. Now there's one thing though, right? I cannot use enchanted flints when I play guns. That is a downside. So the actual DPS, like the DPS is kind of lying to me here, right? Like it says 30k here, and it says like plus 6k almost like for these, 5k. But if I press control, right, I see the DPS increase or decrease even when I like don't have the same components. So they're not like that much better, are they? Also, I need to craft a gunslinger talisman now, because I'm no longer a blade sworn. I am now a gunslinger, or well, a crossbow slinger in this case.
Good, you're back.
Oh, and they still didn't fix the sound. Okay. That's kind of sad. Thanks for the resub. Roasted, toasted, cooked. Appreciate it. Oh, well, rather, thanks for the first time sub, actually. Appreciate it. Welcome into the Bloomers. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in. Do I have like another crossbow that I can use that has like the actual sound effect working? I had it on like the other account, I guess. Oh well, we just pretend these are guns for now. They're gonna have like actual different sounds when the expansion is out. It's like I don't know why they're like not giving us the new update yet, but they are cooking. Alright. So, the actual DPS, it's kind of funny. It's actually lower than before, right? Even though, like, the game told me it's like plus... The game told me it's like a 5k damage increase or like 2k damage increase. When we actually like use the guns, it's like a DPS decrease. That's just like also shows you how crazy strong enchanted flints are, right? But of course we can still like use like another component at least to make up for having what we just have. And well, you could either use double touched ammo, right? Which is nice. Or you could also like use silver core ammo once you can craft it. I don't think I can yet. It's also kind of silver core bolts. Actually I can, but they're kind of expensive to craft. But these are really good now. Yeah, kind of good. I guess we use this. We could also use resistances in like purified salt or imbued silver. But let's check out the DPS with both of these for now. It's like the same. Okay, so it's like the same damage. You know what's funny? It's the same damage, right? Which seems like acceptable. But these are level 40 guns or like crossbows, right? The maces are level 25. Like, huh? Huh? What in the hell? And I kind of just want to use these for like higher resistances. I do lose like a little bit of damage. Yeah, whoops. Not all too much though.
Come see what's left of my wares.
To be fair, being melee does put you like in a different kind of risk. So in a way, it's maybe like fair for melee to have, you know, higher damage. I kind of want to use this one, but I need like the resistances from this. Let's keep the dynamite. This is kind of funny though. Flame touch bullets work instead of double touch. Yeah, if you don't have double touch, they're fine, but otherwise they're actually worse. Because I think they have like maybe the same like flat damage, but they have like less % damage, I think. Don't they? Okay, this one is 5 to 7 fire damage, this one is 4 to 6. Okay, it does have some burn damage. It has 25% fire damage and burn damage, this one has 30% fire and burn damage. And this one also has leech on top. And the granted skill Demon's Breath is now no longer a skill you have to like actively click. It is a proc now, which makes it a lot better than Greater Fire Blast. Like this one is just like if you want to be a caster, you for some reason use Flint Core Bolts. I don't know why this is called Flint Core Bolts, like it makes no sense whatsoever. I wish they would like rework that, like, or reword it at least. Makes like no sense. Let's put this ring in the stash too. Goddess rings can be nice. I don't think I can wear it right now. Because I need the Aether resistance. Yeah, it's just like terrible resistances like this. I could also like farm this ring a bit more. Hope for like a better drop maybe. But I think what we do first is go through the like poison acid swamp. Actually, I'm level 40. I could also do like a hidden path run to get some hidden path pants. from like Dreek, Solar and so on. I think it's like good timing now. So Hidden Path starts over in Lower Crossing. Oh yeah, that's the proc. Really cool. Yeah, it's 15% each. It's not a weapon pool skill though, it's just like another skill on top of the procs. But it's also really like pretty neat. At the start of like last stream, I said that Fire Strike Purifier and also Fire Strike Elementalist actually got some big new play things. And why did I say Elementalist? Because this one converts Wind Devil to physical, to fire damage rather, from physical to fire, and gives you like additional fire resistance reduction to Wind Devil. So Fire Strike Elementalist with these like pistols could also be a valid choice actually. And now like combine that with the fact that like Elementalist is a really, really nice like regeneration class with like Goddess Rings and so on. It could be like a decent Fire Strike Elementalist now there actually. But you don't have weapon pool skills then. That's true. Never mind, it sucks. That is true. That is true. Okay, it's just a bait. Don't get baited. Yeah, I mean, these are really like better than what I have, I guess. Just less Aetherus, and I did want more, not less Aetherus. Let's try the second part, right? Solar Pans always have innate Aether and bleeding resistance, I think. So... those are gonna be almost guaranteed better anyway. Yeah, that's true. It's a good like leveling build to Blaze Rush, I guess. You're right. Like Final Strike Elementalist into Blaze Rush endgame. It kind of like shifts the playstyle completely, but that is an option. As you can see, there are some like new affixes coming as well. Like, what is this? Resolute of Dire Scales. It's more like in dire need of a different role. Oh, we also got Leg Plates of Valor. Like, these are also like always kind of good if you don't need like additional stuff. I mean... there are a decent upgrade. Let's check Bismiel as well, the third part. Am I going to jump into Elite or Ultimate? I'm gonna stay in normal forever. No, actually, I mean I'm gonna like jump to Ultimate eventually, but I'll probably arc this character at the end of normal for now. And then I continue it at some point later. Maybe like when the expansion is out. Maybe earlier, we'll see. Directly into Ultimate or first Elite? Usually directly into Ultimate. Unless the character, like, is somehow too bad for Ultimate. Alright, there's also a Mad Queen over here, like some kind of like challenge boss, I guess you could call it if you want, secret boss. But I mean, just kill her, right? And if you die, don't blame me. She has a red aura that she activates when she screams like this, that gives you like retaliation, like allows you to retaliate with spikes, like red spikes, whenever she gets hit by like a projectile, which Fast Strike obviously is. Other than that, it's not the hardest boss, to be fair. Anyway, let's try to get the pants again. Let's try to get some good Solar pants mostly, because Solar pants have Leech and Aetherus and Bleedress, and I need Aether and Bleedress anyway. Ideally I want them to like roll some additional like poison resistance. But we'll see. If we don't get it, I might just like put some additional like antivenom salve somewhere instead. And then we're gonna go into the swamp. Actually, we can't even go to the swamp yet. We have to still like kill a Gorian, right? And a forgotten evil, an ancient evil, is still upon us. I went into like Forgotten Gods earlier than usual. Well, because I wanted to get to these like crossbows quicker. Or like, well, I don't know. I'm gonna pretend they're guns for now because of the sound. Of thorns? Fuck. Let's just go again. Where are these crossbows slash guns from? They are dropping in Fangs of Asterkarn expansion. Or rather, well, they are dropping in Forgotten Gods expansion actually, from Korvan, like Korvac Drudges and Korvac Servants and so on, and their elites. But for them to drop, you will need the Forgotten Gods expansion, because there's a new item coming with the Forgotten Gods expansion. And I'm currently playing in the playtest, which is why I have access to them. But I'm kind of like trying to make videos for Fangs of Asterkarn. Ideally anyway, right? So this is like a weapon I thought I should use at this point. Anyway. What are they doing to Fire Strike? Here you go. They have weapon damage to Fire Strike, like less than Kyrian's maces, but still a decent amount. They do have physical and chaos conversion to Fire Strike, and they do have global lightning to fire conversion. And same for the other one. So you kind of get like fully converted Fire Strike. And some weapon damage on top. But they're like around this level, like actually still slightly worse than Kyrian's, or like about the same, I would say. Let's go again, this one sucks as well. But I mean, it's ranged, which is cool, and you can like shoot projectiles and fragments. That's cool. And Kyrian's maces do have the problem later on that they are like a physical base, so they have like very high base damage, which is great like early to mid game especially. But for endgame you kind of need to like streamline your damage into like one damage type, and Kyrian's is kind of struggling with that. You can either like just use 2 with like a fire prefix and then like double enchanted flint, I guess, and then you achieve maybe like around 50% fire, like physical to fire conversion. But it's probably better to like play one Blaze Heart later on, which has like innate physical to fire conversion to Fire Strike. And then like one Kyrian in the offhand. Or main hand, I guess. of Blight is gonna be like poison or vitality damage, but it might also be a useful resistance. In this case, pierce resistance. I mean, this one actually was 37% Aether resistance. Even though it rolled the unlucky of Thorn suffix, it is a lot of Aether resistance. Yeah, let's just keep this one, I guess. Okay. I'm not actually playing Fangs of Asterkarn. Like, I'm playing a playtest version of Fangs of Asterkarn right now. But it's like, it doesn't have the actual Fangs of Asterkarn act or content in it. It just has like balance changes for Fangs of Asterkarn. It has the Berserker class in it. And it has like items for the new class, affixes for the new class, and like monster frequent, like new monster frequents in general that are gonna be there. And Fangs of Asterkarn that can drop in the base game or like the expansions that you already know, right? But it doesn't have the actual like Fangs of Asterkarn stuff in it yet. Like the actual act yet. You like the icon for the weapon? I mean, it looks pretty cool. Like in general, I think. When you see me watch the game, you feel like you know nothing about the game. The game is, I mean, it's not Path of Exile, but it is a decently complicated as well, I would say. Or like decently, I mean, it has like a lot of systems, not as many as PoE, but still quite some. And the lore is great, the classes and combinations are nice, and the items are cool, and there's like many things you can do. Yeah, it can be as big as Forgotten Gods. I think the act itself is gonna be like about as big as Forgotten Gods, but like all the content coming like on top of that is gonna make the expansion, I think, bigger than Forgotten Gods and maybe more like Ashes of Barmouth. It comes to like how it's gonna change the game. Can I show the skill tree? Okay, how about this? Since we are using new guns now, I can just... Right, can that... Can grimtools like read this character now with the new gun? Actually, it can't. Yeah, that's a slight problem actually. But... Well, it's this, right? Like, this is the link, but I'm like using these guns on top. And whenever grimtools will allow me to post those guns in there, I'm gonna put them there. Like, there is a grimtools that can show the guns already right now, but it's like a playtester version of grimtools and it requires like a password and stuff like that, so I can't really like make that public.
Good, you're back.
40 months.
40 months. 40 months. Thank you so much for the 40 months. Rigs of Wild just for fun. Welcome back to the Bloomers. Appreciate the support. How you doing? $40 months. Ascended mode is gonna change like endgame completely, and also like itemization is gonna change endgame I mean, okay, there's not gonna be like a new tier of items, but you can ascend like blue items, like epic items, and you can like customize your potions, you can... I mean, there's like lots of power creep going on, but also Ascended mode is gonna be like a lot fucking harder, so it's gonna be very interesting. And I'm pretty sure you can even play like Shattered Realm in Ascended mode. So you can try to like get to, I don't know, like SR 420 in flipping Ascended mode as well. It's gonna be like giga hard. So yeah, there's gonna be stuff. There's gonna be definitely like challenges. And there's gonna be like new nemesis, new like celestials, right? It's gonna have quite some content. You can change affixes just like in the community seasons. You're not gonna be able to change them the exact same way, but there is gonna be a certain way to make getting affixes that you desire on items in an easier way. Let's say it like that. Is it gonna be as easy or as abundant as the essences in the leagues? Probably not, at least not like for early and mid game. But for end game, maybe. I have not tested that system yet, to be fair. I don't know. I do not know yet. I think there's gonna be like some alternative to that. Whether or not that alternative is gonna be better than just like refarming the item over and over. I don't know yet, because refarming the item over and over is also gonna be better now that you, like with the Ascension altered, you're gonna be able to influence the affixes that drop on your items as well if you just so decide, like if you want to, right? So, even if there was a reroll option, or like a way to roll your affixes on your items, it's also gonna be easier to get the affixes you want as natural drops by like influencing the Altar of Ascension. I think in the like early game for leveling, your primary way of like obtaining an item that you want is gonna be like farming the mobs that drop the item, right? But also on normal difficulty at least, I don't really care all too much about the affixes on these. I just want the item itself. Like obviously like great affixes would be even better, but they're not mandatory right at this point. Later on though, of course you want great affixes, and there's gonna be like multiple ways of achieving that goal. It's either gonna be like farm random drops and Shattered Realm, get lucky, or target farm the mobs in the main campaign, target farm the mobs in the main campaign of Ascendant mode, where you can also influence the affix affinity better than you could ever before. And that might be like the way to like reroll your affixes on top. How exactly, I don't know yet, but there's gonna be multiple ways for sure. This would make purples more exciting for some builds that use multiple more eyes though. You can reroll those too. Reroll purples? You mean like reroll the stats of purples? Because purples never have... I mean, okay, some purples have affixes, but usually they never do, right? Like the different like conduit mods, for example, they are technically affixes on the purple conduits. Okay, maxed. We are all maxed. What else? I mean, I guess it's time for Thermite Mine, right? You gotta pick it eventually. Just gotta do it. So you basically like, put Thermite Mines down against like bigger groups of enemies or like tougher enemies. You have to recast it. You can have like 2 stacks of 3 each at one time, and they reduce enemy fire resistance among other resistances, but like fire is the one you care about. Don't bother like casting it against trash, but like when you're either like fighting a group of enemies that like respawn us like similar space anyway, or like you're fighting a boss, then always drop them down. The possibility of dual wielding guns made you buy this game. It was honestly like one of the selling points to me as well. Like when I first saw the trailer for this game, I was like, okay, really cool, blah blah blah. And then, oh shit, you can also dual wield guns, holy shit. And then I was like, yeah, buy this game. It honestly was one of the selling points for me as well back when I first saw this game. And then I realized you need to like flip and craft a gunslinger talisman to even like dual wield guns. Worst skill ever, thermite mines. It is slightly annoying to use sometimes, I agree. Okay, are these any good? I just need to like refarm these eventually, right? That's gonna be better. What do you think of the new one-handed crossbow that uses Gothic shears and Bloodfangs, plus a chance being used to double-shot Bloodfangs seems kind of strong, but dual-wielding 2 crossbows, and what class do you think will be strong with that? And it's kind of made for a Nightblade Berserker, I guess. So, I mean, I guess that class, like a Reaver. Should be good. I actually want to play it. I should like play it myself. I haven't tried it yet in the testing server. Wasn't there a skill that enables dual wielding guns or just normal dual wielding for Nightblade? So Nightblade has melee dual wielding, Inquisitor has ranged dual wielding, and Berserker is gonna have dual wielding both melee and ranged. But when the game first came out, right, Inquisitor didn't exist, you only had Nightblade and that was only melee, so there was actually no class that could dual wield by default, like not a single one. What are these weapons? They are Eldritch Blaze Emitters, dropping from Korvax Servants and Forgotten Gods, but they do require you to have the Fangs of Asterkarn expansion. So they are Fangs of Asterkarn weapons. And they are pretty neat. So for those of you that aren't playtesters for Fangs of Asterkarn, obviously you will not be able to play these right now in this very moment. But once Fangs is out, you are gonna be able to play these crossbows for 4 strike. Well, if you buy the expansion, of course. Hashtag sellout. I should just like work for Crate, I don't know, man. Just move to the States. Maybe. Who knows? Just gotta move to your basement, right, Ground Zero? That offer still stands, I can move to your basement. Maybe I'll move in like 4 years. Maybe. You never know. Maybe earlier, maybe later, maybe never, maybe today. At some point, maybe. The chest component is not Fangs of Asterkarn, no. The chest component drops from Kyrian. It's his Shattered Soul, drops from the Undercity boss, right? Like Olakovia Undercity. The same guy who also like dropped the maces that I was using earlier. It's kind of a weird one. I don't think there's like many unique components in this game, but Kyrion's Shattered Soul is one of them. I kind of wish there would be like more than that actually. It would be interesting. Like, I think there's like room for some more components, especially for like mid-game actually. I don't think they need to like touch endgame balance all too much. I mean, they're gonna touch it anyway. It's gonna be like the Wild West, honestly, with like being able to like craft on potions and charges everywhere, onslaught everywhere. All the other stuff, it's gonna be kind of like the Wild West in Ascension mode, and like getting triple rare greens way easier than before and so on. So I guess they could also like make some new endgame viable components. But I think it would be kind of cool to have some more like Kyrian Shattered Soul or style components. They shield away from MI components originally, since you used to need component fragments. Yeah. I mean, back in Titan Quest or like in Grim Dawn, like Alpha, you also had like completion bonuses, different completion bonuses as well. Just like in Titan Quest, charm completion bonuses. Actually playing ranged? Hell yeah. It would be fine if they were guaranteed drops. I mean, Kyrian Shattered Soul, compared to what it used to be, is kind of a guaranteed drop, right? I think it's like 50% maybe now, or 60 or 70%. Like it used to be like, I think like 30% maybe for like 1/4, like 1 out of 4 pieces. So it was like, I don't know, 20 runs to get like one single soul or something like that. Specific place to farm soul shards? I think like once you get to a certain level, they can drop in many different places. I guess the first spot where you like encounter soul shards is gonna be around Akovia, yeah. But soul shards I think can actually like drop from all mobs. They're just level gated. They only like start dropping like after a certain level. Undead might have like a higher chance to drop them though, I actually don't know. Not vanilla, it is vanilla, but it's the playtest of the Fangs of Asterkarn expansion. So, I mean, it is official, but like playtest server, I guess, or like, not server, just like branch. Chaos pistols. These are fire pistols, like fire one-handed crossbows actually, to be correct. Alchemist grind has made you hate undead already enough. Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. To be fair, like Alchemist items used to also be like pretty much twice as hard to get than how they are like right now. They're twice as easy to get now than they used to be like 5 years ago. Back in my day, we had to walk through snow, uphill, both ways to get to Alchemist's rings, yep. Sounds like a gun, that is true. It is like the wrong sound right now. They need to fix that. There is an actual sound for crossbows, for one-handed crossbows. And I would have liked to show you this, but for some reason they still didn't fix this. I mean, it's like a oversight. It's like literally just like one reference they have to like change. They just, I guess, forgot to patch it in. Hopefully it's there like next patch. I mean, should be, unless they forgot about it again. I could apply an illusion, that's true. That would require me to like find a different one-handed crossbow though. I don't have a single other one so far. But once I do, that's my plan as well actually. Pew 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 pew. Yeah, that's a different build. This is basically what I'm playing, and like the guns on top. Or like the crossbows on top. Yo Marco, welcome, welcome.
Come see what's left of my
I
wares.
will deal with the witch. She's gonna love me. I'm gonna be very friendly to her.
Iron well spent.
You've returned. So what great
Attack, Siru.
manager I struggled with. You see the Luminari.
The Luminari are Luminarying. Alright, cool, cool, cool. Oh, we got actually like decent gloves. They're chaos damage though. Unlucky. But they have good attack speed. And chaos and poisonous. Could still be usable, to be fair, even though they're like chaos stuff. Looks like a crossbow, sounds like a gun. Cross gun? Gunbow? Yeah. Steampunk crossbows. Steampunk cross guns, I don't know. Something like that. The flat kill still gets converted at least from the guns. I mean from the gloves, yeah, true. That's true. I mean they're still good, yeah, for sure. Nice find. Like what? Nice drop, I guess. Nice lucky drop. We go to the Gloom Wall now, right? I have 69 poisonous, which is nice, but also I need one, kind of more, ideally. Maybe we can reform Shambler. So this one was a lucky triple rare, right? And maybe we can also like reform Balthazar Crest. Maybe they're gonna have like some, you know, actual useful affixes. Crossbows with rocket-propelled bolts have with explosive heads on top. Yeah, they're like ICBM crossbows. Obsidian Stompers. Now that's a new item. With unfinished art, by the way. It's gonna look different. RPG bows, yep. Okay, he died. And he dropped a Mighty of Mending. That is fucking dog shit. Unlucky. I'm gonna have to reform this guy, but I mean that's a quick run. And we go for Shambler. This guy is gonna be like way below our level, unfortunately. So he might not even drop anything. And if so, I think it's like a 50-50 to drop like a level 8 item again, and then I'm gonna probably just give up on that, because to be fair, there's like a better amulet that you can get from the Ancient Grove anyway, and we're about to head there anyway now. Which mastery would you recommend for dealing Aether and fire damage? I was thinking a Sorcerer. Yeah, I think Sork's better for fire than Aether in general, but you can also do like an Aether Sork, I guess. For Aether, I would say the... Like for Aether Caster at least, the most like obvious choice would be a Spellbinder. Subjugator of Dauntless Will. Okay, it is high enough level at least to have +3 to temper finally. So that's nice. It unfortunately is not gonna have any bleeding resistance though. But it is still an item that I think I'll prefer using over what I currently have. Could just head to Elite as well. Yeah, or I could just like, you know, do Golgazor instead of another Shambler run in Elite. These are Formidable of Decay. No, we're not gonna use that. You kind of want to do Ancient Grove and Fire Strike builds, honestly, because you have like Gurgazor and you can like use Gargo Balls as well. Like the blue pistols from Gargo Ball are actually pretty good. AG is 50 plus. I mean, I'm level 44, it's basically 50 plus, isn't it? I mean, almost. Anyway, this one at least finally has like the flame touch bonuses that I was like looking for. And I should have had like all the time. It's like a mini devil tongue. Yeah, kinda. The blue Gargoyle pistol is kinda like a mini devil tongue. That's a decent comparison, I guess. Sniff Venom Augment to fix your poison rust. Yeah, I can't really like use it though. Everybody hates me, I can't. You need to be honored with like Devil's Crossing for that, right? Which I guess you could fix by going to Elite, maybe, and then like doing all the way up to Cronley on Elite. But I don't want to do that, to be fair. Of Void Fire. Okay, I mean at least this one has like bleeding resistance, which I was losing on the metal, I mean the amulet. I'm getting it back on the metal, and it does give you some more fire damage, so that's another win, I guess. This is like good enough for what I need for now, I would say. Unfortunately, I didn't get any poison rust though, right? I mean, I could just do this and put like anti-venom salve on the helmet for now. Or I could like reform the helmet and then put anti-venom salve there. Or we could just go to the rovers now, which hopefully have the runestone component like unlocked now for me. Yep, I can finally buy these. Just buy all of them, whatever. You don't actually need all of them though. I think some of the items are just water trash and will pretty much never be used. But yeah, we can now craft a runestone. And how do you craft a runestone? You craft 3 ward stones. And you make a runestone then. I don't know how it actually works, but I mean that's how it's supposed to work in the game. And boom, we have fixed all of our resistances. Runestone is insane. 12 poison, 12 aether, 12 elemental res, and more damage to ethereals. That sounds pretty darn good. Now my big problem that I have is HP, right? Because I am solo demolitionist and I have no life. Like in-game. And so Behemoth gives you lots of life, right? But it needs also blues. Like blue devotions, rather. 4 as well, so Viper and Crossroads would be good enough, for example. You want 8 reds for Woodlands Torch anyway. But also Hydra gives you more red. And Behemoth would also give you more red. So I don't know, I'll just play Hydra, I guess. The good thing about Hydra is it has maximum movement speed. So not only Inquisitor has maximum movement speed when you're ranged with a ranged expertise, and Berserker has movement speed if you're just a Berserker, but also Hydra gives any gun or pistol build or crossbow build maximum run speed now, which is a maybe not still quite as zoomy as like Shadow Strike builds, but it's a nice compensation. Like they're finally like at least trying to close the gap between like rather slow gun builds and zoomy melee builds, which is I think a really good thing to do. Since I test Fangs, can the max movement speed compete with Nightblade speed? You're probably like talking about like Endgame, Shadow Realm clears and stuff like that. I guess, right? Or do you mean like leveling? Endgame? Yeah, I've not played a single second of Endgame yet, actually. Because my Endgame is gonna change and they haven't given us a Senate mode for testing yet. So I didn't really bother doing it yet. Or like not... I mean, actually, I did play like one build for Endgame. But it was not a gun build. It was like a bleed, leap and blade arc and force wave build. It was bleed force wave, yep. Night blades certainly are among the fastest and will probably stay that way as well. Yeah, some other builds are really fucking strong as well though. What do you think about the Rain Essence Necromancer for SSF hardcore playing? It is something you can do, but compared to most other options, I think it's gonna suck. If I'm honest. Because Drain Essence, first of all, it requires you to stand still. Right, to even do anything. Second, I don't think like there's too much like Drain Essence gear that's easily like available to you on a first character. Most of the Drain Essence gear like requires like specific endgame sets, I feel like. I mean, okay, there's like the shield, I guess, that you can play, but and the skill has been buffed because it was even worse in the past. But overall, I would probably recommend some other builds over Drain Essence for sure. But I mean, every build in this game is somewhat viable in a way. Like it is gonna work, right? Don't get me wrong, it's gonna work, but it is gonna be a bit slower and more painful than some other choices, I would say. Well, I could do like a fresh run doing Essence maybe. Once we get to Necromancer. I mean, why not maybe, right? There should be a way to make it work, for sure. The Yeti Horn and the Metal, like Vitality Renaissance that is, then I think. I guess that's probably like the best thing you can do. You spam Reap Spirit in between the Renaissance channels. I guess that's like, okay. On Diviner, I mean, yeah, once you have like gear, right? Drain Essence is a lot better for sure. You went for Aether Drain Essence, Spellbinder with Galacross and Chains from Valkyrie conversion. Okay. Yeah, I mean that's probably one of the ways to make it somewhat work at least. But definitely slow, yeah. I would say so too. Like if you use the right combination of items, more or less like everything in this game is gonna be like doable and viable. But some things are gonna be easier to make work or like easier to get going and so on and so on. For sure. The skill changes now, it's not as bad as it used to be. Before the clear was gigabad, yeah. I mean, it's definitely a lot better than it used to be. I just think it's... Like, just if you look at the monster frequent support, right? It's just lackluster a bit, right? Like, Vitality has, like, the Yeti Horn at least, I guess. Sure, okay. And you have the shield as well, like, early on. The... like, undead shield. But if you compare it to, like, the actual, like, good leveling skills, it's just, yeah. Like, Dreek's Evil Eye is giga good now, actually. It's not even like a noob trap in any way or form anymore. Trinity is also very solid in my opinion. Like, it's definitely a strong leveling skill for Arcanist. One of the strongest as well. Like, for Arcanist, I think it's one of the strongest. It's...
See anything you like?
I think weaker than Dreek's Evil Eye, but... that's fine. It does have, like, better AoE earlier, actually, than Dreek's Evil Eye, so... I think it's like totally fine where it stands right now. It definitely is good as it is.
Put it to good use.
Ignafar, yeah.
Whatever an inquisitor in, if you seek
I haven't tried it either, to be fair. Ignafar. Got buffed as well, right? This patch, didn't it? Ignafar, Word of Pain, Stormbox got buffed. I mean, there's runes, there's Stormbox, there's Word of Pain, there's Ignafar.
Good, you're back.
Transmuter change is good.
35 Manns.
I guess so.
Lächelndes Gesicht.
Azamin, thanks for the 35 months. Appreciated Prime. Welcome to the Bloomers. Hello, hello, hello. The problem... I mean, okay, so like you get full chaos conversion, right, with the transmitter? I think? No? However... like you're losing... Like the problem with chaos is that Ignafar has like quite a bit of burn damage, right? I mean, okay, like dot damage on channels are like not that crazy good, right? But like I think early for leveling, it does matter like a little bit at least. Even though it's a channeling skill, and you do... okay, like early game, right? Like you don't care all that much about like fire or chaos damage because, well, something like Eldritch Fire scales both anyway. 145 movement speed, let's zoom. Yeah. So like you're not like losing the burn that much, it's... Like you're kind of like losing it once you go to like ultimate, I guess, like around like level 70, you're gonna start feeling that you're no longer properly like using the burn compared to if you just played fire damage. But there's also good item support. Yeah, true. Isn't there like an endgame faction item that you can also just craft? For like early endgame kind of? Solaris Devourer or something like that. The 200 crossbow, yeah. I cast a crossbow. Yeah, that's really good, yeah, true. What pistols am I using? I am using this pistol. Or like this, well, it sounds like a pistol right now. It's actually a one-handed crossbow, but the sound is still bugged. It's a Fangs of Asterkarn item that you are gonna be able to farm in Forgotten Gods. It's gonna drop from the Korvax servants and Forgotten Gods. However, this will require you to have the Forgotten Gods expansion, and I am playing on the test server for Forgotten Gods right now. I mean, fuck, Fangs of Asterkarn, not Forgotten Gods. Why are they both like starting with F, man? Forgotten Asterkarn, Fangs of Gods, Forgotten Fangs, Gods of Asterkarn, I don't fucking know. Like, that expansion, right? Pew pew. Forgotten Fangs of Mammoth's Crucible. Yeah, true. Yeah, whenever like a Reddit is gonna ask, are the expansions worth it? Which one should I get? I'm gonna ask. I'm gonna like answer. Get Forgotten Fangs, Crucible of Mammoth first. Something like that. Sounds like a reasonable response. Only thing you're missing while leveling is offhand. Do you like play Blaze Form Talisman and like play double Flame Strife? I guess that's what you do, right? Or like the Sigarius Blades for Chaos. Have I done a Pharaoh's Cube coding of our build yet? I have not actually, no. Pharaoh's Cube is pretty cool, like literally. Yeah, I mean, for Fire you would play Flame Strife, and for Sigarius you would play Chaos, I guess. But it's a range weapon with kind of low flat damage, the one with like the weapon edged Ignifier. I guess that's like how it's balanced. You're still getting like weapon damage, which is better than not getting it. Well, Gothic Asterkarn is needed for the guns, yeah, exactly. For the one-handed crossbows. That sound like guns because somebody referenced the sound file incorrectly. Over. There's Chaos on Flame Strife too. Interesting. I mean, you play whichever you get first, right? Which would probably be Sigarius, because you can get there earlier. It's quicker to get to Sigarius and like a new character than to Flame Strife. This is the one you would play for like Vitality Drain Essence, right? Leaf main trophy. For some reason it has like Inquisitor bonuses as well. Okay, let's drop a portal here at the Savaria Cave. Is Bladeshorn Talisman with Ravenous Earth Daggers a viable leveling option for like Vitality Oppressor? Yeah, definitely. It used to be like really strong to do that. I think it's slightly weaker now. But I think it's probably like still one of the best ways to play RE earlier. Maybe not, like maybe still the best actually, not just one of the best. You're gonna have like some energy problems probably with a no elf hand and like the high energy cost of Ravenous Earth. But it's, I mean, it's fixable in like different ways, like many different ways. Either components or like putting points in the spirit or like grabbing a energy devotion, stuff like that. There's options. Yo, Danielle, welcome. It has Inquisitor bonuses because it's the Inquisitor expansion. There's some builds that can actually make use of that, I think. But it does look a bit weird at first glance. Okay, now, like with Hydra Devotion, though, I have to say I think the guns are better than Kyrion's Shattered Mace, whatever it's called again. Skullbreaker. Is Dark Blaze or the Golems better for Final Strike and Hardcore? That's a good question. Probably Dark Blaze is slightly better, if I had to guess. You could go Acid with Inquisitor with a Golgazor Amulet as well. Yeah, that's true. Ari Archon? No, Oppressor, not Archon.
Come see what's left of my wares.
Somebody was like asking, I just remember, earlier in the chat today, I think I saw the question and then ignored it and wanted to like answer it later, and then I forgot to answer it later, so I'm gonna do it now. Which class would I choose for Stunjacks, I think was the question. I think Purifier is one of the best for Stunjacks, because Stunjacks is basically a standstill and shoot projectiles kind of skill, like if you're playing spam, like quick jacks, right? If you spam Stunjacks, like for example with this item, I think Purifier is the class to pick, because you can chill in your like Inquisitor Seal very nicely, right? That's like stationary attack, and also to properly shotgun with the ability, you want to kind of play it as melee in a way. Like it's a ranged attack, but to like make sure all the projectiles like always hit the enemy and they shotgun properly, you kind of want to play it like in melee. And then Inquisitor Seal is even better, right? Because you are like face tanking, and the Seal is pretty nice for that. Of course, other than that, you could also play a Shaman, like an Elementalist is a decent option, but I think I personally like Elementalist more so if you are like not spamming the jacks, but rather like using them with a cooldown. I'm not getting more HP, am I? I need more physique. I mean, usually you would pick like a secondary, like Oathkeeper or your Inquisitor, for example, and get like HP from just like putting points into the mastery bar, getting HP from skills like Vigor in Inquisitor as well. But Demo as a base single class kinda doesn't have much HP. It does have good effective HP though during Blast Shield, but you have to like always kind of like play around the skill. Like once the skill is down, you are squishy as hell. With it up, or like with it being ready, you're actually very tanky. You like actually spamming with an Elementalist, because Light Defender adds 1 meter radius to jacks, which helps remove the AoE penalty from the modifier. I mean, that has like nothing to do with Elementalist class in my opinion, but yeah, you can play Elementalist with Light Defender. It does have like Shaman support too, I guess. Grenado is such insane damage, yep. That's a good skill. I did my like 0 to crate kill run on a Grenado Sorcerer. Like Lightning Grenado Sorcerer. It's an insane skill. Honestly better than Fire Strike, but I mean Fire Strike's fun too. If I actually hit the enemy, what the hell? Where the hell am I going? Yeah, here. No? Here. Grenado with charges? Oh yeah. That's gonna be slightly insane, I feel like. I wouldn't play Harass on an Elementalist, but Purify would work fine too. Hara set. Oh yeah, that's like cold stun axe, isn't it? How do you play with Haras? I mean, I guess Purifier works. Or like Nightblade. Or Shaman. Honestly, like the same classes that work with lightning also work with cold. Except Nightblade on top. Or I guess also Berserker would work. Maybe. Ah, what the hell? Yeah, Bomberman is gonna bomb like the entire game, dude. Gonna be slightly crazy, I think. So many choices, yep. This game is all about choices. Many different choices to kill enemies in many different beautiful ways. Yep. Do I like the Shaman class? It's strong, yeah. I think Shaman is like a little bit on the boring side sometimes. But it can also be very flashy, so that's cool. I think mechanically it's a rather simple class, actually. Not as boring as Soldier, but maybe like a second. But it's definitely like more versatile than Soldier as well. Okay, I mean, damage is good, right? Like, there's no need to complain in any way or form here. Vanilla classes need like a revamp on animations and on the auras. Which skills, for example? I think Warcry needs a sound revamp. Soldier is a good support class if you want to be tanky, yeah, that's true. For damage, I don't think Soldier is a good support class, but yeah, for tankiness it is. Is there any proper Grenado build you can on which you can utilize time dilation? I don't really think so, but they have changed time dilation now. So maybe it's better with time dilation than it used to be. But yeah, I probably don't think it's enough still. I'm pretty sure there's still like better synergies with Hourglass than Grenado. If time dilation would reset multiple charges, that would be insane, yeah. Then it would be good, probably. As it is though, probably not. Oh shit, I forgot about Silvari. Oh my god, I put a portal there and then I forgot about it, right? Yikes. Well, time to walk there. Once again, a walk of shame to Savaria Cave. And at least I know where it
Good,
is.
you're
Like
back.
over here this time. It has like 3 locations where you can
Fox's
spawn.
heads.
Thanks for the tier 1 Warlord, yo. Welcome back. I appreciate the 6 months. Welcome back. Hello, hello, hello. So there's one location here, one up here, and then like one here. It spawned here this session, so it's gonna still be there until I like reset my game. Because like while some NPCs and so on can get reloaded and reset when you go like from one area to another, the map itself is not gonna get reset. It's not gonna change. Here it is. The most useful classes at the start and later stages are Arcanist and Demolitionist because they have 2 types of damage in their skills, physical plus fire and a lot of base resistances. Well, Demolitionist is actually like no resistances, right? I mean, it has blast shield, but other than that, like Demo has no resistances. These are like, yeah, I don't know. Ignore the essence of Ugnenborg. I have no idea what they're good for. They're just like dropping on this test server for like no reason. Maybe there's gonna be like a reason at some point in the future, but right now they're like without function. Maybe they're like a spoiler or like a hint towards whatever is gonna come in the Asterkarn expansion. I have no clue. We'll see. Like my backtrack, yeah, I am forced to backtrack here, but I do have at least like 145% movement speed, so that's not too bad. It feels really nice to be this fast with guns. Because, well, otherwise Nightblade is like 5 billion times faster anyway. Alright, Savaria's Thorn, right, this one like drops you items now. Let's go back, and I want to go to Ancient Grove actually. Does Season 7 mod allow admin privileges? You mean like console and stuff like that? And if you play the mod in like custom mode, which is something you obviously cannot do during a season, but you can do if you like playing it on your own, like in the off season, then yes, you can use the console, and yes, you can use the console to spawn in items if you like know the paths to spawn them in.
Come see what's left of my wares.
Oh yeah, you were tester, right? Yeah, you can use that if you. The problem is like you need to like know the paths of all the items to like spawn in items, but yeah, you can do that if you figure out the paths. Actually, since I convert all physical damage, I could also like max out temper, I guess. Or put more points in blast shield, or like put more points in thermite mine, or get flashbang, or put more points here. Choices, choices. Let's get some points here. I do want to be ideally like way tankier than I am right now, because I want to go to the Ancient Grove, and I certainly do not have enough HP for that, but I'm gonna go there anyway. I mean, in softcore, it doesn't matter, right? You can also do it, or like try it at least. And hardcore, I would advise you to have like at least, at the very, very, very least, like 120 HP per level, right? I have like sub 100 HP per level right now. But I mean, you're probably gonna like play a second class, and you can fix it like that easily. I'm not gonna pick a second class here though on this run, at least not the normal, for like reasons. But yeah. I mean, Demolitionist like early game, like in Act 1, right? That early, right? It kind of like needs all attributes as well, so he's not wrong about that either. It's just like a Act 1 only problem. Both +1 demo MIs are behind key dungeons. That is true. But you can also play the spell instead from the Kaiman's Chosen, right? To get at least like +1 demo on the belt. You missed the old avatar of Mogdrogan look. I guess it's like nostalgia kicking in. I think new one does look objectively like more modern and cooler, but yeah, sometimes I do miss the old look as well. Like new look like just looks a bit weird when you're like just used to the old look. I guess. He looks like what you thought Ultos would look like. Yeah, I can see that. Well, Mogdrogan comes in many forms. That's all I'm gonna say. He is a god that can shape into many forms. That's what your mom said last night. Ayo! Got him, haha. I mean, if Mogdrogan already like looks that storm gaudy, right? Like, how's Ultos gonna look then? Okay, we're actually not scamming you for your key Mogdrogan. We might actually clear the entire dungeon and cleanse the corruption this time around. Gargle Balls is gonna be a fucking nightmare though. And I mean, I don't really have to kill him. I mostly am here for Gulgazor's Amulet, which is like a fire crab in this dungeon. But the final boss also can drop like a gun, maybe, but it's gonna be like... I mean, he drops like a purple legendary gun for like Vitality Fire Strike, which you don't want now, and he's not gonna be able to drop it right now anyway. But he can also drop like a 50 blue gun, I think, which has like decent Fire Strike bonuses for Fire Strike. So that would be more interesting at this point, or like more realistic at this point, I would say. Mog was nature, not storms. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. It looks a little bit too stormy for my taste as well, to be fair. But I mean, storms are part of nature too, I guess, and so are these ointments that you can buy here. You can also like sometimes get lucky and get like some nice blueprint for like a legendary that you might want to use at level 50. Who knows? Or maybe like a nice living ring. Could be usable too. Current drinks have like attack speed though, so it's kind of hard to justify. This one has HP, I have to say though, and we do lack that quite a bit. I don't think this is a particularly great roll though on the ring, so I don't think it's like a must-have here. Gargle balls of that HP, yeah. It's gonna be one of the fights of all time. I mean, you're ranged, right? Like, just don't get hit. You have high movement speed now too, just kite the old man, I mean the old tree. Just kite him and don't get hit. That's why you pick Hydra. And if you do get hit, yeah, I mean... rely on Blast Shield, I guess. Oh my god. Also, Slutstar is arguably like as scary as Gargoyle Balls sometimes. Ah, that's one of the crabs. Why are you running? Oh, Prismatic Diamond, that's huge. If you get this component, I mean, you kind of wanna use it, right? The 55 component, which is also even great for endgame. How am I dual wielding as a Demolitionist? I am using the Gunslinger's Talisman, which actually also has like a weapon pool skill. That's not all too bad. It has pass through too. That's nice. Yeah, max level, like the highest, like legendary gunslinger medal, I mean, yeah, relic, is actually pretty decent right now. Like, I don't think you use it in all gunslinger builds, but many can use it to great effect now, especially when you need like some more like additional weapon pool skill chance. Pretty good. What are those modded weapon models? They are not modded, they are official. They are official Fangs of Asterkarn weapons. Okay, here's Golgazor. This crab right here. He always drops an amulet called Golgazor's Amulet. How creative, right? Actually, no, it's Golgazor's Heart. It's a bit more creative. My bad. And where the fuck is it? Here it is. It's like Grenado stuff, right? We don't really care about that, but we do care a lot about the +1 to all skills to Demolitionist and the flat fire damage. I mean, that's just really cool. Also, we got a Searing of Void Fire, which is also great, honestly. Like, Searing is additional like flat fire damage, Void Fire is like fire and chaos % damage. Maybe also like some OA or HP or bleed rest. I don't know like what is part of the item itself and what's part of the suffix here actually. And I wish it would be easier to tell, but it's not easy to tell. And it should be easier to tell, but oh well. Why the crossbows have pistol sounds? Because they are not fixed yet. They forgot to put the reference right. Obviously, once Fangs of Asterkarn is out, they will be fixed by that time. But right now I have to pretend they are pistols and yeah. Alright, there's like 2 more spots of interest here, I guess. One like semi-hidden spot over here. You can grab some more clusters, which you should like maybe put on your bar if you're playing hardcore. And also, especially when you're doing this dungeon with like suboptimal HP levels. I gotta say though, like, guns feel a lot nicer now that you have higher movement speed and with the evade on top, like, compared to how they felt like years ago, they feel a lot better now. I think we finally have a one-hit crossbow that doesn't have a bugged sound, so we could use this as a illusion on our current guns, like crossbows, to make them at least, well, it's gonna look like this weapon, but it's also gonna have the actual like, crossbow sound. Yeah, we're gonna do that in a second here after we get out of this dungeon. What is a good secondary mastery for, like, for what I'm playing right now, you mean? What I'm playing right now, the most, like, obvious choice, and it's also a good choice to be fair, would be Inquisitor. But there are many good choices, I would dare to say. Oathkeeper is another good choice. Nightblade is a good choice if you want to go like melee. But yeah, Purifier is like arguably the best for range for sure. Okay, he does hurt, yep. Yep, he hurts. I should not get hit by that. I'm just like limit testing here, but because like I know stage 1 isn't gonna like one-shot me anyway, but I definitely don't want to get hit by stage 2 in any way or form. And I mean, I do have damage, so let's just kill him with damage and not get hit. There we go. Don't stand on the volcanoes, they can kill you, right? Wait for them to fade. Don't ever stand on volcanoes, they are not good. We did not get the blue gun, unfortunately, that you can drop. The core of Gargaball, or like the... whatever the blue one is called, I think it's core of Gargaball. Pyromancer is great if you want to go like Chaos dual pistols, that's true, that's very true. Like if you want to play Chaos Fire Strike, you want to go Pyromancer, so Cultist secondary. The fact that it gives you a weapon pool skill is huge to do with ranged relic, yep, it is, it is, it is. Okay, Empower the Veil Piercer. You are gonna be used now for a illusion. Dun, 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 dun. So, I mean, you kinda should like keep leg plates of valor for like other characters, maybe for leveling. It's like a really good pair of pants. Searing of the Untamed, honestly, this is not too bad either. It even has like flat fire damage. He's level 55 though. It's a nice keep. And this one has attack speed. So the negating prefix kind of makes it bad though, because negating is only lightning resistance. This is a nice like meme item that we found here from the secret area in Ancient Grove. The totally normal Dawn Shard. Ah. Should farm Golem Ring? Yeah, I guess so. Show the blue weapon, this one. The Void Piercer. It's a new, like, Asterkarn item as well. But I mean, it's a blue item, right? I mean, how good is a blue item? They're always gonna suck. Unless you ascend them. It looks really cool, yeah. We're gonna use the illusion here for our current crossbows because... well, this is another one-hand crossbow, and as far as I know, it does have fixed sounds, so we can use that to, well, override the sounds of our current guns, like crossbows, which don't have, well, which just have gun sounds instead of crossbow sounds. Okay. So, Illusionist, hello. Veil Piercer. I really love the design actually, it looks really fucking cool. It looks like a Star Wars weapon or some bullshit, I don't know. It's like almost too crazy for Grim Dawn, to be fair. I really love the design actually. Well, it always looks more like chaos than fire, but what can I do? Okay, ready for the sound? Tak, tak, tak. And I mean, the crossbows that I'm using, right, they should also have the same sound by default, they just don't have it yet. Okay, we have capped Chaos Res, Vitality Res, and Aether Res, so we're kind of ready for the Mammoth Act. Honestly, like, Mammoth Act, out of all acts, probably needs, like, the most, like, resistances. Like, even more than Forgotten Gods, to be fair, because, like, Forgotten Gods... I would say, like, Forgotten Gods mobs, on average, like, hit harder than Mammoth mobs, but you don't really, like, need Chaos or Aether Res in the Mammoth, right? You can get away without having those there. But here, having no Chaos or Aether Res is gonna be kind of deadly. And you still need, like, all the other resistances on top as well, I would say. Yeah, you can reduce enemy resistances into negative as a, like, well, as, like, one of the main damage multipliers in this game, actually. Sounds like popcorn, the guns. Popcorn guns. Popcorn crossbows. Well, they sure pop the enemies like popcorn, that's for sure. How do I get my damage so high? I use the correct combination of skills and items and devotions. While still, like, playing the skill that I want to play, right? Like, you can do this on, like, well, while leveling, maybe not on all skills, but, like, with most skills. Hello, hello? Just got a brain work, man. We are gaming. Actually gaming. Sounds like a gun with a silencer. I guess in a way, yeah. I think the sound is definitely pretty cool though. Like, even if you don't like it all that much, I think it's at least very, like, interesting. The two-handed crossbow sound is rather dull and boring compared to this, I would say. Maybe that's like another sound they should ideally rework. Just like Warcry sound, for example. Pew 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 pew, and he's dead. I mean, he has like a Sunder ability which you should dodge, and he also like spawns volcanoes in which you shouldn't stand in. But if you just like kill him, right, then he dies before you die, like before you get hit.
Is that your mother?
Is that you, mother? No, it's me, the Emperor.
As you command. Wait.
Let's see how this works. My energy is gonna actually have a problem against this guy. But holy damage, dude. He's already down. What? This is higher single target damage than like any other skill I played so far, isn't it? You're gonna start this instead of new class of Fangs of Asterkarn now? I mean, these guns are, like, these crossbows, these blaze emitters, they are pretty darn good, not gonna lie. Purifiers rise up. I mean, you can play, like, Elementalist too, I guess. Or, like, Shieldbreaker 2, for example. But if you want to, like, play these guns all the way to endgame, like these crossbows all the way to endgame, then Purifier is probably still the best class, I would have to say. Because on Purifier you're gonna get even more movement speed, right? Because range expertise now gives you movement speed, like max movement speed as well. As a Freebreaker you're not gonna have that. It's still a good combination with Shieldbreaker. Another class which also would have like more movement speed would be Berserker, right? But I don't think this weapon like pairs well with Berserker. I just don't see it. A build guide for those? No, Not like a big build guide, but I will make like this part of a new like how to level a demolitionist kind of video, that's for sure. 100%. Build video. This looks cool, but just use Blackwater Cocktail instead. I mean, Cocktail is less single target damage, at this point at least, for sure, like 100%. Yeah, it's way more single target. And even without like these, like, don't need them. The skill got like slightly buffed, and like these new guns, like crossbows that you're gonna get in Fangs of Asterkarn, are gonna be absolutely insane as well. Yeah, Cocktail, I mean, it starts out like kind of strong. And then it also falls off a little bit. Then you get Zarathuzalan's offhand, then it's like giga strong again. But then eventually it's also gonna fall off a little bit. And then you kinda need to like complement it with like Canister Bomb or Grenado for single target damage. I think I personally prefer Grenado more because, well, it's more single target damage. And then eventually you either play like a Fire Strike or a Grenado or Canister Bomb or Stunjax build and use like Cocktail as a support skill, or you will have to like find Inferno Knight set or the what's it called? The other like Vitality Chaos set, right? This is a new item as well, it just doesn't have any art, but it's like a Chaos two-hander. Spear even. Interesting. Glaive of Black Blood. I'm really like looking forward to that model. It should look really cool, I think. Hopefully. And how important is like single target compared to like just throwing a cocktail and keeping running? Right, while leveling anyway. Like I think being able to run and just throw abilities and then like keep running while the ability like lingers and deals damage is just a very, very strong like mechanic for like leveling characters in general. Which is why even though cocktail is like less, like definitely less single target damage, it most of the time like still ends up being like slightly faster because you can just like run more. Whereas here also you have to like stand still to attack, right? At least it's like no channeling skill, we have to like stand still a lot to attack. You can like kind of like run and gun. Like kite a bit, right? Especially with like the higher movement speed now, this kind of feels a lot better than it used to. I love the new movement speed actually for ranged, it's so good. And I also like how they put it on Hydra only, because flippin' casters don't need this movement speed. They are already strong enough, they should not get this movement speed. The problem is like, you can play guns on some casters obviously, because there's like some caster guns, but if you want the movement speed you would still have to invest into Hydra, which is really like attack focused and not like movement like caster focused at all. Like you can get it for more movement speed, but it is gonna be like a penalty. So I just kind of like that honestly as well, because it's like, sure you can play that right if you want to, but there's always gonna be a trade-off, and in a game that stays interesting for theory crafting in a way, there always should be like some kind of trade-offs, in my opinion. Otherwise it gets like too boring too quickly because the solution is too obvious. And then you're gonna have like no variety. The downside, of course, is that like some things are a bit more confusing for especially like newer players, but I guess that's just like how it is. Sometimes things have to be a little bit more confusing for new players so that the game overall can stay more interesting. But not having auto pickup for flipping like components like in Path of Exile is not part of that, right? There's no need to feel the weight of components in these kind of games in my opinion. Or like crafting that's, I don't know. I mean, I can see it for like divines maybe, but like, I don't know. Most of the other shit are like mirrors, of course. What's my endgame goal with this build? There's currently no endgame goal with this build, but if this was like a full fresh started run all the way to endgame, it would probably also just be a build around these new like crossbows, like Fangs of Asterkarn crossbows. Because I'm pretty sure these should be good enough all the way to endgame to like defeat Lokar and stuff, as long as you like keep building the build around them properly. %100% guns? What do you mean? Yeah, you can probably like play one of these and then like Devil Tongue or something like that, or something similar. Yeah. Like 100% you can do that too. But I mean, that would require you to find the item and wouldn't necessarily be like part of a SSF run, because they always would be like random drops, right? But yeah, I think the transition from like 2 of these to like 1 of these and like a purple gun, or maybe even like double purple guns, is reasonable, and it's gonna feel like good and smooth. Yeah. Like for actual endgame, I'm not sure if you actually want to play them even like fully min-maxed, right? Maybe 1. I guess, okay, like for min-max endgame, you obviously need like crazy affixes. It's like the classic like crate power curve is like, you have trash items, your power level is low, you have like monster frequencies that fit for your build, it's like a steep curve up, right? You're like way stronger, then you play them until endgame, then in endgame you probably have like, well, if you haven't been farming crazy amount, you have like decent but not insane affixes on these, so the legendary that you find for that build is going to be better than your greens. But then eventually, right, if you like no life farm for like the next 10 years, then you're gonna get like the absolute craziest, most perfect affix combination on the green, and then the green is better than the legendary again. Which is gonna be slightly easier in Asterkarn than it is right now, because of like the ways you can influence drops and so on, right? So sometimes maybe even like perfect affixed green item is like the same, or maybe even still slightly worse than like the perfect legendary. So it kind of depends. Oh yeah, Galacross. He has a nice chest, doesn't he? We didn't get it though, so you have to like get to the waypoint here and then reset, because he has a Farm Strike chest that you can drop to. There are Demolitionists out there that are not using the Electro Cocktail, and they are pretty good. That's scary. Well, yeah. You can make them work for sure. Yeah, now that we have these guns, honestly, even with Kyrie and Skullbreaker, like, Power Strike is already kind of decent for melee. Like, if you play, like, Saboteur, for example, or something like that. Or Shieldbreaker. But now... Eh? The problem with Kyrians is, of course, the physical base damage, right? Stanjax has like tons of item support too. I think Stanjax is also great damage-wise. I just don't like it mechanically that much. But I think it's also in a decent like spot right now. It should be fine. Gotta refarm Head and Shoulders. Maybe do it like right now before we outlevel the stuff. Let's go to 4 Hills. Get some Crony Gang members maybe. Probably better outside to farm than inside. Oh shit, they're already like only level 39. Are they still gonna like drop their helmet? Ah, shit. Am I already like over leveled? No. I should have done this when I farmed like the pants actually, when I was like level 44-ish. Well, this is kind of awkward now. What's another spot where I can farm these guys? There is no other spot, right? I don't think they're dropping items really, are they? Only drops from the arsonists as well. Oh, hello. Maybe inside. The Twin Falls area is like full of ethereal infused Crony members, right? So they like drop the other stuff. And here they already also like kind of start appearing. Like I think from around here they're all... no, not all yet. This guy maybe? No. Okay, they are dropping like Murderer breastplate still, so there's still a chance. What level was this? 35? Okay, I mean that's better than like 20, right? At least. Not very much better, but it is better. Okay, yeah, they dropped the Aether one right here right away. Level 33 only. Oh, I mean, again, better than 20. But... these guys are like all ethereal, right? Let's go here maybe. Offhand, weapon, Inquisitor Amulet. Yeah, Stanjax is jacked. Try moneybags. Oh, I should have like maybe continued all the way to moneybags. Does moneybags like drop it? I'm not so sure actually. Pew pew. Pew 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 pew. Well, the wasps aren't gonna drop it. There's one arsonist here. He didn't drop it. Unlucky. Vigorous of Ruin, that's not great either. Maybe this guy? No. This guy? No. Unlucky. Okay. All is flat damage on gear working from down, it gets added to your weapon damage. Unless it's like directly added to a skill via skill modifier. So anything that has weapon damage will benefit from flat damage, anything that does not have weapon damage will not benefit from flat weapon damage. Unless there's like a skill modifier on gear that says specifically like damage to this specific skill, right? The pass-through weapon pull skill on the relic is actually giga good. Right, like it procs brimstone like crazy as well. I think this is the right plating that we got here from Velocross. I wanna like farm some more 80 crystals though, you never need, like never have enough 80 crystals rather. Yeah, this has +3 to explosive strike, more chaos to fire conversion, which actually is kind of redundant nowadays. Or like once Fangs of Asterkarn drops, because these already have like full conversion. That said, that's actually not quite true, because chaos to fire conversion is still fine to use for the projectiles, right, for the fragments. Because the fragments aren't getting converted from the guns, so this is still good for the fragments at least. Alright, let's try some more 4 hills. Pass-through is too rare and ranged, you would say? I don't think it's too rare, I'm just not picking my second class right now. And, I mean, Inquisitor would have pass-through, Fieldbreaker would have pass-through, Soldier would have pass-through, Necromancer would have pass-through, Berserker would have pass-through on the weapon pool skills, so I don't think it's that rare anymore. It used to be, I don't think so anymore. And usually 100% pass-through is also kinda crazy. Especially with Fire Strike. Okay, we're getting like... Okay, there's one. Mighty of the Void, it's absolute dog shit. Oh my god. What is this? It's so bad. It's like, go again, I need to farm one more. I missed one, did I? Maybe I did. Unlucky if so. Scorched Ends? Wait, where did it drop? Like earlier? This guy doesn't even have a helmet on, are you kidding me? He's an arsonist but without a helmet, huh? How does it even work? The same place. Ah, I'm blind. You're right. I am just blind and this one was insane. Thank you. I am blind. To be fair, the shoulders, right? The shoulders would also be nice to have, but they are not as important. Like now that we have the guns that have like full chaos to fire conversion anyway, like the crossbows, I keep saying guns for some reason, I actually don't need this anymore, right? Like it's still nice, oh, this one actually, fuck, it had like poison rest, the old one. Oh my god, the new Imperius has lightning rest, yikes. That's like a problem, maybe. Homestead honored. Which else would be honored? Okay. Does this one have poison rest? No, it doesn't. Also losing chaos rest. Yeah, it's like suboptimal. The build command is like not correct, yeah. I'm gonna make a new one like once I equip new items. Until then, you can just like check out this one. Dark War Online, welcome on, welcome on. Hello, hello. Let's get this node. And I guess we got fucked with no poison rush. I mean, you could like use different shoulders from like Devil's Crossing maybe now even. Or... hang on. Like level 50 shoulders. Can I maybe like get some from Forgotten Gods? Or are they like level 60?
Come see what's left of my wares.
Aether and Chaos Rush. Aether and Bleeding Rush. I like a Legion Mantle.
Iron well spent.
Maybe craft like another belt now. Because we have more materials now. Huh. I have no scrap. That's not good. The unyielding one is pretty nice, I guess. But also no poison resistance. It's kind of crazy how we get like no poison resist. This is gonna be a very temporary solution. I really need better armor absorption, but I also really need better acid resistance. And I think there's like no way for me to get any more acid resistance right now. That's kind of unlucky. And 72 is okay, I guess. It's only normal difficulty after all. What's the chest again that I got? I got a Aggressive of Ruin. And it's the right chest, but the affixes are absolute dog shit. So let's try to chest again, like try to farm the chest again. Farming the chest is not as painful as the helmet, to be fair, because it's just like a short run to the boss, and he always drops... I mean, it's like a 50-50 chance, I guess. He can drop the Aether one too. Yeah. It's 100% of the time at least one guaranteed drop, I guess. Warding is, I think, Aetherus, and what's the other one? Dire Scales, that's like some Asterkarn apex. I think it's just Pet DA, which is terrible, but... Should we try one more? It's a short run. I feel like I'm farming a little bit too much on this character in normal. I didn't farm that much on other characters. Which does slow down the overall leveling of this a bit. But like a Demolitionist with like sub 100 HP per level, And not even fixed resistances right now. Does need like some extra help, I guess. Not damage wise, but tankiness wise. Oh my god. It's the 8th one. To be fair, you get Chaos Rust from Uzin's Torch. So if we equip this, we lose 20% Chaos Rust. I guess I'll just like continue with the map a bit, because they need like level 55 to equip anyway. I can't equip them right now. It's not gonna fix anything at this very second. And I could always like put some points into, say, like Torch for Chaos Rust, or like the 1 point in Dried for poison resistance. I like these nodes here. Good resistances too. What about Magi Devotion? I have like too many greens, by the way. Like, what is happening here? I guess Chariot gives me like so many greens. Do I still need the Chariot? Man, I kinda need a heal. This node is so much fire damage as well. This one is so much insane flat fire damage. I mean, this one is even more. Chariot Hater. I like Chariot a lot, I think. Okay, 17 green. So what you can do, right, is instead of Spider, you could like run Hawk, especially later on, because it's gonna like make you have to put less points into Cunning, which is good for ranged, especially like for magical damage ranged, like fire damage. Like you put Hawk and like 1 point in Crossroads instead of Spider and purple Crossroads. So like you lose some attack speed, but you need to put less Cunning and you get more points for Torch quicker. Not optimal right now, but Giant over Chariot any day. It does require you to like go into blues though, which isn't bad, especially because you probably want Viper anyway. The thing is, if you go Viper as well, then you have like too many reds, then you need to like remove Jackal, and then you also lose like attack speed there. Which I think makes sense later, but right now I don't see it making sense yet. Because AS is like 165, which is decent, but definitely not maxed out yet. So losing like every single percent at this point like kinda does matter. How old am I? I mean, feel free to take a guess. I'm not gonna be mad, I promise. At least 50, right? At least 50. (29 to 31). That's about right, yeah. I'm 11. Actual child. Maybe I have an inner child, yeah. Maybe I'm a man child. I'm playing Corbin Blaze Emitter right now. It is a item that looks like it's a modded item, but it's not. It's part of the Fangs of Asterkarn expansion. And that will drop in Forgotten Gods once you have the Fangs of Asterkarn expansion, which obviously is not out yet, which means this is a test patch right now that I'm playing on. And I guess we're kind of like testing the item and also how Fast Strike is gonna feel like with these items in the next expansion. For like leveling at least. It's kind of like the plan here. Yeah, I am actually within that range of years, like within that age range that you guessed. So that's true. He got popcorned, yeah. The bridge keeper got popcorned for sure. The gatekeeper, whatever. Fangs of Mammoth, yeah. Fangs of fucking Mammoth. Welcome into Grim Dawn. Fangs of Mammoth. Forgotten Asterkarn, I don't fucking know. Forgotten Crucible. Fangs of Mammoth, Forgotten Crucible.
The outpost resistance had it.
There you are, well discussed.
Corinne has given me this.
Sorry for the noob question. No, don't be sorry about any noob questions ever. That's fine. Everybody was a noob at some point. Gotta learn. This is what's hardest for you. How do you know when to do one-pointers and skills or add and subtract skills during the game? Just follow builds to help you with that, but you still get lost. Okay, so usually Fangs of Loyalists pack 3, yeah. Usually you have like 1 or 2 skills that you use for damage mainly. You usually just max those out. I mean, there's some exceptions, but most of the time you just max them out, right? And you only 1-point all the passives. And that's kind of like what you need. Like, maxing out main skill and like only 1-pointing passives is like fine to do until you hit like the max of your mastery, kind of more or less. I mean, you can also like obviously like pick a secondary before doing that, but this is like one solid way of doing it for sure. And then you can also second prioritize any skills that give you movement speed, attack speed, casting speed. Like for example, this skill is really good, right? For total speed, gives you all of that. This one gives you like more damage as well. And then at some point around like level 40 plus, I would say, or 30 plus, you want to start using like resistance reduction abilities to reduce enemy resistances to further amplify your damage. And in the case of Demolitionist, that is the, like Thermite Mine, for example. And Thermite Mine in specific has like a nice like value point at 13 of 16. You get at least 2% resistance reduction up to 13 points. It's only 1% after that. So sometimes it's like worth looking at the scaling and like how the scaling changes with more points. So I stop at 13 points right now, and usually I would also like keep this at 13 points only until like level 80 or 90, because I would like invest into my secondary class first before like putting more points here. But for actual endgame, I will like max this out probably, because yeah, for actual endgame, like resistance reduction is one of the best multipliers in the game. And then also, I mean, on this class there aren't that many like passes that make you like tanky. Pretty much only blast shield, and I guess maybe like flashbang as well for like fumble, like a debuff. You start like putting some points there whenever you feel either squishy or well, for endgame you will need them anyway. Always have them one pointed, of course, and then eventually like put more points. Also, what's really good are skills that give you like resistances. I very often put like quite a bit of points into them earlier as well, even though usually I would say like passives should be only one pointed during leveling or like during early stages of leveling. Sometimes I will like put more points there if I really like need that resistance type. For like a certain act, or because I just don't have any gear for that resistance at all. So kind of like depends. You can also use devotions for early resistances, that's true. Like usually devotions, you should not care about resistances, but rather go for like your damage type, resistance reduction, sustain, that kind of stuff. And resistances, at least for like min-maxed endgame builds, you just like happen to get certain resistances, but it's never the priority of like your devotions, right? You just go for a certain route that you need for like damage and sustain, but you never care about like what resistances you get along the way. You just happen to get those, and then you kind of like build the rest of your defenses around that. But for like leveling phase, actually, like in certain situations, you can get like specific devotions for resistances. Like, I mean, Dryad and Crane can be also good for endgame in specific constellations, of course. But for example, this node right here, it's like a 10% poison rust. If you have like yellows unlocked, that's just literally 1 point. And if you don't have yellows unlocked, it's like 2 points, like HP and poison rust. It's kind of nice. Or Crane has like some stats and poison rust, vitality rust, elemental rust, bleeding rust. So Crane and like the 1 point in Dryad are like really nice for like early resistances, so like fixed early resistances. And I think Ulo is also pretty good actually for that, like elemental rust, HP, energy, poison, chaos rust over here as well, stun, freeze, and so on. If you're into purples, then like Empty Throne is like chaos rust, stun rust, aether rust, pierce rust. And I think Watcher is kind of decent for, yeah, so it's like chaos, pierce rust, but it's a more expensive devotion actually. It's not like a one that you can just like pick quickly. Ulo, yeah, is a tier 2 as well. It's not that easily accessible either. But like Dryad, the 1 point here, and like Crane are like very easy to like, or Throne as well. I use these a lot for leveling, but I mean, Throne is, I feel like, always fine, even for endgame, because of like the CC resistances that are kind of like hard to get in the other spots. Dryad can be pretty decent on like certain builds as well, because it has like a heal ability as well. But Crane, I think I've never played... I mean, I know there's like 1 or 2 endgame builds that use Crane actually, but I think I've actually like never played a single endgame build myself that actually uses Crane for endgame. For leveling, yeah, a lot, but otherwise, like for endgame, like never actually. I think the only like 2 devotions that I'm almost never playing for endgame are like, yeah, like Crane, Scarab, and the Wretch. But I think like Scarab and Wretch do have their like purpose, but like acid retaliation is like good for Scarab, and Wretch also, it's better than it looks. It's okay. Most of the time you just pick Viper over Wretch, but Wretch is okay in specific situations. And Crane is just... I mean, I think Crane is better than Wretch and Scarab during leveling phase, but it's arguably the worst Tier 1 devotion for endgame. Because resistances are usually not a problem in endgame. I mean, you do need a lot of resistances in this game, you need a lot of them. But you're gonna have like many tools of fixing resistances as well in endgame. Like gear is gonna give you like more resistances on average than like during leveling, and also augments from the factions, right? Like once you are up to Revere with factions, you get like armor augments that you can like put on all the armor on top of components, and those usually give you resistances. And I think it's mostly because of augments that, like, resistances on devotions are kinda whatever later, because you get them in other ways anyway. The rest on devotions give you good value. Yeah, they are good value, definitely. It's just you can get resistances in other ways also, and some things you can kind of only get from devotions and not in other ways. So it's kind of like the armor absorption argument we had earlier, I guess, with like Scaled Hide and so on, right? Like Scaled Hide does have like obviously good value on itself, but also other things like the pierce resistance component have also like great value. But ultimately you can get like pierce and bleed resistance in so many other ways, but like armor absorption in not that many other ways. And I guess the same is true like for devotions. Like resistances are just very easy to get in like many different ways, and there's even more ways, and it's even easier to get resistances like the closer you get to endgame, basically. How many hours do I have in this game? Keep, welcome on. I did see your question. I have like 8,000 something. 8,200, 300? I don't remember. Something over 8,000, and then like more in theory crafting, of course, and like more in modding as well. Did I play any new demos from Steam Fest? I might play the Gothic 1 demo. Or the Gothic 1 remake, maybe. I don't actually play ARPGs that much. Like off stream. I mean, I do play Grim Dawn, obviously. Also off stream. Mostly for modding recently, or like for making guides. And I do play like Last Epoch or like Path of Exile 2 a bit every now and then. But I also do like in playing other games. And honestly, like for ARPGs, I feel like Grim Dawn is just so fucking good. And maybe like PoE2 or Last Epoch as like my second favorite RPG. Like I don't feel like I need more ARPGs right now. Like if I want to play something else, I'll just like play a different genre. Like even playing like Dota 2, for example, is like more fun to me right now than like playing other RPGs, maybe. Or like playing Mechabellum if I want to play like some auto battler, or playing like Gothic, for example, maybe if I want to play like an RPG, like a more classical RPG.
Good, you're back.
But yeah, I'll at least check it out. Carbon. Maybe it's an actual good game as well. 80,000 hours instead of time for other games? I mean, not really, right? Which is why if I do play other games, I don't want to play like even more RPGs all too much. Also, thanks for the resub, GG. 65 months. Flippin' 5 years and 5 months. Welcome back, welcome back. Appreciate it. It's like 5 billion years, basically. Appreciate the support. How you doing, man? Hello, hello, hello. Empowered Thunder Rune. That's a new item, I think. Like an Asterkarn item. Wait, where the fuck is it? Oh, it has like no art yet. Work in progress art. But okay, what are the stats? +1 Shaman, Winds of Asterkarn, Ill Omen, Code, Lightning Damage. Interesting. It's probably gonna be garbage, because green items are just better, but I guess it's a decent blue if you actually want to play a blue for like literally no reason, but it exists. go back here. Blue items equal trash? Yeah, I like... The problem with blue items is they don't have skill modifiers, and... Well, weapons usually have skill modifiers. So blue weapons are just, most of the time, utter garbaggio. There's some, like, instances where like a level 20 or 30 blue item I think can be good. Because, like, it's good for a skill that has like a monster frequent that drops later into the game, like at level 40 plus, right? So blue items I think can be like decent at like level like 20 to 30 to maybe 40, but after that it's like garbage, right? At least on the slots where you could have a weapon that has a skill modifier instead. On slots where you don't need skill modifiers, of course, you can just like play a blue instead, yeah. Like pants, for example, like Black Plates of Valor are great pants. To be fair, like hidden path pants are, if you have great FXs, probably better than like Plates of Valor, but Black Plates of Valor are like really, really good, yeah. Or like some rings or like some like belts or boots can be great too. There's a legendary offhand that has up to 84% reflected damage reduction. That's blue, that's pretty good. I mean, yeah, blues can sometimes have like interesting stats, I guess, that's true. There's also like the one that has like reduced like electrocute, burn and frostburn duration, which was actually like really good for like a specific boss in the community leagues. But it's a very like rare case scenario, and for example reflected damage, you can get that in like other ways as well, which is probably most of the time better than getting it on like an offhand, a blue offhand. Like using your offhand slot for that is, I mean you can do that, but it's probably ultimately not optimal. That's my opinion on brimstone damage. I mean it's good, I think. Crane is nice for maxing reflect resistances as well. True, that is like, I guess, one of the use cases for it for endgame. That's actually true, Frederick. I feel like that is the best use for a crane for endgame, maxing out reflect resistance, yeah. It's still very niche, but yeah, you're probably right. And something like Watcher and Owl are usually better for that, but...
That's locked.
Ah, what? Did I miss one? What the hell? Oh, right, I missed that one. How? Juggernaut relic, and we're full. Okay, let's just go back then.
Good work.
Gap on.
Come see what's left of my wares.
Should probably look at... Actually, no, I shouldn't look at gloves. I have these gloves anyway. Unless I need the vitality and bleed dress. But I mean, we could just use the other component instead. We could use also this, of course. The pants, I mean the boots are terrible. I think I'll just buy Black Legion real quick. Black Legion boots. I typically adjust my loot filter for fresh characters. This is all I do. I just untick these two and take both of these. I mean, like this until like level 15 to 20 and then like this. That's all you do. This part, I think, shouldn't exist. It's garbage. Unfortunately, I have to say that it's garbage. Grim Dawn's loot filter is like 50% usable and 50% garbage, unfortunately. It could be so much better if they actually invested some development time for their loot filter, but I mean, it would also be quite the endeavor, I think. Okay, what do I do? Component, right? Component. This one here. Okay, these are basically fixed. I mean, this is gonna be fixed with this for sure. You got like +1 to all skills because of the Engrot now, which is obviously great because it's a lot of skill points. Don't like LE loot filters, it's too complicated for your taste. I think Grim Dawn should have this loot filter as a basic loot filter, like this left side only. And then this right side should be replaced with last epoch loot filter, right? So if you don't want to use this, you can still not use this. You could still just use that. But if you do want to use an actual loot filter, you could like use something like last epoch loot filter instead. Which I personally think at least is way better than Grim Dawn's. This game doesn't have the like same loot vomit that LE has. Your bags are just bigger. I think that's the only difference. I think that Grim Dawn has like the same loot vomit actually, but your bags are bigger. Double rare, only double rare only. But there's no only double rare, right? Oh, you mean like this? I think you can do this like at level 94. I wouldn't do this before level 94.
Tinkering is my specialty. Goodbye for now.
Yeah, good night, Shizba. See you around.
Come see what's left of my wares.
Take care. Oh yeah, also the second you hit like revered with a faction, I mean honored rather, I guess you have to buy the writs unless they remove them. The leagues remove them because it's a garbage mechanic in my opinion. Also we can like use some more damage on the weapons now, I guess. Here we don't have enough damage, right? Need more damage. Need more damage and buy these as well. And I think I'll use Legion Greaves. Yep. Still missing like a little bit of poison resistance actually. I think the other faction that is honored is Homestead, right? Yep. There's some more components we need to buy here. And this of course. And actually this is even better, isn't it, than black steel powder? Yeah, it is. There's nothing for like rings here though. So that we'll have to like wait a little bit longer. Even single rares are that strong? Yeah. I would say so. I mean, okay, if you do it like this, right, you're not missing out on like monster frequencies that are like single rares. Like you will still always see like this item, for example, right? Because it's a monster frequent anyway. But you would miss out on this item. But I was using these boots for like 20 levels almost, right? And they are good. They have like a lot of resistances. Like they have quintuple resistances if you count like slow res on top. But you would miss these if you filter them out, right? And for some slots, right, like boots or pants or shoulders, for example, these can be good for quite a while.
Need something broken down?
Like, you're not gonna use them for endgame, but like to get you to endgame, they can be like good for quite a while. My current boots actually have less resistances though, but they do have higher armor. But if I found like my current boots, right, that I had, I like the boots I just like scrapped, as like a level 60 base, for example, right, then they would have like the same armor or even higher armor than this and more resistances than this, so they would be very strong again, and something I would probably want to use.
Ooh, that's something interesting.
Another reason is, if you're like starting fresh, you want iron bits, because you need to like buy many blueprints if you're like fresh to the game, right? Once you have like all the blueprints, you don't need like that much money anymore. Like on second runs, you can like play like this a lot quicker. But yeah, you will need some iron bits, and well, while you do get a lot of iron bits now without picking up items and like without selling all greens, they are still like a significant amount of money. And if you want to like get all the blueprints for all the factions quicker and earlier, then you do want to have like money to buy them all, right? What the fuck? I don't need to go up here actually. Where am I going? This map, dude. Oh my god. There we go. Oh, we actually did reach 100 HP per level now, at least. Yeah. With the new boots and like HP on boots and shoulders, all points in physique. You're not gonna struggle with HP as much as I am right now if you play a second class, like definitely not. Like Inquisitor has a lot of armor and HP actually now, and Vigor. Like Vigor is such a like stacked skill now. Insane passive in my opinion. You just dropped Dagon pistols, they dropped in the same totem even. Does it mean you should make a Purifier now? I think 3-piece Dagon is fine to play. Like if you play the fire gun and the helmet and the chest, that's fine, but or you either play fire or you play lightning, right? But you don't ever play the full set, I think. Like either you play like helmet, chest and the lightning gun, or helmet, chest and the fire gun. And then second gun for fire, for example, could be this one, right? Like the next expansion, or it could be like Devil Tongue or something like that, I guess. For lightning, there's probably some gun there as well. Maybe like just a second Dagalon, I don't know. Like a second lightning Dagalon. I don't know actually. I think the best Dagalon piece is probably the helmet. It's better than the pistols. Yeah, Chicago, welcome. Welcome back to the Grim Dawn. Welcome back, Taken. Does a set work with 2 equal pistols? I mean, it's not gonna give you the 4-piece bonus. You only get the 3-piece bonus. But the 4-piece bonus needs to be better than it currently is. Because it's not worth it to split your damage between fire and lightning that much. for the 4-piece bonus. Like, I don't know, like the 4-piece bonus just needs to be better in my opinion. Like, split damage is just such a big, like, downside for endgame. Which can work if, like, the benefit of going split damage is big enough. But in the case of the Dagalan, I think it's not. Also, some split damage types, they work better together, like Aether and Lightning, for example, works pretty nicely together. Fire and Lightning, not really. I mean, Elemental in general works. You could like play like Elemental Dagalan maybe, but would kind of be weird too, I think. And I think just like pure Fire, pure Lightning is currently at least slightly superior to that. Or like Cold Lightning is also actually better than Fire Lightning. I don't know, it kind of depends. I mean, there's stuff like Invoker Netty out there, or that's like Fire Lightning Hybrid. Actually, there's like Trozen Druid, which is like Cold Lightning Hybrid. There's something like hybrid damage type builds do exist in Grim Dawn. They can be endgame viable. Most of the time they're not, but in specific situations they are actually. Like Alagast, Lightning Aether, for example, right? Or like Clairvoyant Aether Vitality is also actually kind of decent. Not even as a meme build. I mean, I guess it depends like where you draw the line, right? 4-piece Dagalan is gonna be a perfectly fine meme build, I guess, sure. There is definitely worse builds out there than 4-piece Dagalan. That's for sure as well. How much do you value armor when deciding on gear replacements at this point? I would say at level 50 plus it starts mattering a lot actually. Which is why like I refarmed the helmet, which is still terrible armor, but at least like 200 armor instead of like 100 armor now. Chests will be replaced like level 55. Like from 270 armor to like 600 armor. Gloves are legendary, so they already have like 800 armor. Boots I just replaced as well from like 200 to 500 armor. Pants are slightly low armor, but I think the higher tier of this is level 60, so level 60 should have like 400 armor at least as well. Shoulders have also been replaced around level 50 from like I think 120 to like 400 armor. Like, it is gonna make you a lot tankier against most like attacks. I feel like, especially now on the current patch, like since physical damage has been on one hand like slightly reduced actually, on the other hand physical damage has been like nerfed and made almost like inaccessible on like some classes. Like I have 6% physical resistance only, right? Armor, like the only other way to mitigate physical damage is, well, either flat absorption, which is honestly like really good right now, or, well, armor, right? And the only absorption I have right now is on Blast Shield, which is conditional. I mean, it's great once it procs, and I mean, it's like great to keep you safe in general, for sure. I mean, I guess if you're like playing softcore, right, you can always be like a bit more relaxed about defenses. On hardcore, I'm being a little bit more extra safe, and I'm being like very safe about everything here, I would say, on this run, except for HP. Like ideally you have more HP as well, but well, you can't get it all, at least not every time. Pew pew. Or more like taka taka. Look at this. Okay. These guns are pretty good, like holy fuck. What is this damage to it? I do have like extra damage to Ethereals though actually because of the Runestone. The Runestone does give me like 8% more multiplicative damage. But this is ridiculous, like holy fuck. I am sorry, but this is ridiculous. You put out the leveling build for Blitz Warlord and it doesn't feel as good as it looks. Like my Blitz Warlord or somebody else's. To be fair, like Blitz Warlord, I guess, it's still great. It might have been like slightly nerfed and it's like slightly worse than it used to be maybe. Yeah. It's still great I think, but slightly worse than it used to be. Doesn't feel as... yeah, okay, yeah, it certainly is not as good as this, I guess. This is kind of crazy right now, not gonna lie. Almost 600,000 Ugden Blooms, wish it was in-game. Yeah, don't you all need some Ugden Blooms in life? Small nerf equals unplayable. True and real. One small nerf equals instantly unplayable. True. That's how this. Is energy cost slash regen a problem for this build? I do have double lifesteal because of damage touched ammo, right? Like both guns have 6% lifesteal each. And then also these pants, right, have also leech. So I have 12% leech total. Each gun. I have 22% actually right now because I also use Unholy Inscription for another 5%. And I guess Hydra also even has more leech. Right, they slapped leech on this as well, yeah. Okay, 22% is actually crazy, what the hell? Yeah, leech is not a problem. I am spamming energy pots. So maybe like energy is like a slight problem, but I mean, I personally don't mind using energy pots at all. As long as I slam them enough, I don't run out of energy ever. So in my opinion, like whenever you don't run out of energy while using energy pots, you have enough energy. But if you're like somebody who hates using energy pots, then I guess you would need to try to craft an arcane spark at some point and put it in your metal, and then you probably solve your energy as well and probably won't have to like use energy pots as often as I do right now. Yeah, the guns are... I mean, not only are the guns themselves cracked, but also the affixes are pretty good, right? Like Searing of Scorching and Searing of Arcane Balance is pretty nuts. Like, for just getting two guns. Like, out of all the affixes you could get at this point, this is definitely above average. So to get the same result, you might have to like farm the guys a little bit more on average, right? Yeah, this gun makes a big difference for Fire Strike characters, to be fair. Like range Fire Strike at least. I mean, you put points in your second class, right? I'm more like putting too many points into this right now. Okay, let's try some small devotion change here as well.
What troubles you?
Is there a good 200 physical build? Yes. Any Force Wave Warlord is pretty good, for example. Okay, this gives me only like one more point. Is that worth it? I feel like it's not at this point, actually. Yeah, it's probably not, actually. Maybe I play Magi. Is that worth it? What do I put the active on though? Force Wave Warlord is both 200 melee and range, yeah. True. I mean, you can also play like Savagery or Cadence once you get Voldrak's Crusher. Don't play like Cadence in Act 1 and 2 though. It's gonna suck ass. If I have no range, I'll play Force Wave. I mean, that's the best leveling build if you have no brain, that's true. It's true and real. Okay, maybe I just keep what I had. Never mind. I think it's not even worth it to change that right now. Cadence Tactician is like the best way to play Cadence, I think, apart from Voldrak. Like Voldrak for melee and ranged for... like ranged Cadence, I think is like the other good one. The two good like ways to level Cadence. The ranged Cadence crossbow that I was using in that playthrough, I think even got a buff. Like it has like some other stuff now on it. Actually, I don't know if it's getting buffed right now, but it's definitely getting buffed in Fangs of Asterkarn because it's getting like higher chance to like use some weapon pool skill. Which is big. That is big. Yeah, I'm actually like see if I can farm it real quick so I can show you, right? It should like drop rather reasonably common from like... I mean, or you just get this item, right? If you play like Silver Bolt Tactician, that's also fine for Cadence. But what's I think actually even better than Silver Bolt would be like a certain crossbow here. Let's see if we can find that real quick. It only drops from Barrowholm now? Wait, what? It doesn't even drop from Everest anymore? Hang on. For real, for real? Luckily, that might be a change that didn't go to test server yet, which is funny. Like sometimes test server is actually behind on live for some changes. Yo, Aaron, welcome in. Appreciate the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Hello, hello, hello. Let me give you a... How do I do this? Shout out. Shout out. Aaron Action RPG. Does it work? It does. Yeah, if you don't know Aaron, he's doing like mostly Last Epoch content, but also like general like gaming news, especially like RPG gaming news. Which is cool. There's coming a like new season to Last Epoch as well soon, like in April, early April, April 2nd I think even. So very, very early. How's it going? I am playing a Firestrike Demolitionist, ranged Demolitionist, and I'm actually playing on a test server right now for Fangs of Asterkarn. So what you're seeing right here is not only old stuff, but actually new one-handed crossbows that do make Firestrike kind of crazy. We pretty much like defeated all of normal right now, except for like the new content, which I'm not going to show on stream obviously. But I can show like some new weapons like this one, for example. Yeah, it's pretty darn good if you want to play like some pew pew, or rather taka 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 in this case. Pretty darn good. I mean, to be fair, I think if Crate didn't put as much trust into me as they did, this test server would not be like allowed to stream, like not be streamable basically. But because of like all the things the community, or like our community did for like the game, with like the leagues and stuff, community leagues and so on, I mean, I would dare to say the community leagues are arguably like the reason why the expansion is even gonna exist in the first place. Actually, like, I'm not even kidding. Like, Xantai pretty much, like, Xantai, the lead developer of Grim Dawn, pretty much more or less said that. And yeah, that's also why me being able to stream this test patch and like the new class and also like new items is kind of like part of the deal we made, I guess, in a way, you could say. I guess it's like free marketing for them and I'm not getting any money for it, but it is content for the stream at least, right? That's kind of nice. Also, welcome on, Mr. Ben Diesel and Guilty Summoner. Welcome on, guys. Don't listen to Action RPG, he's not a good friend, lol. Wait, what happened? What happened? What even happened? Did I miss some inside lore? Some streamer lore? Prime Strike gun is nice, but it's Act 5, so much further in the game than anything else, like the Halberd. I guess you're like using that as an example of like some items that are like further into the game sometimes. Like Prime Strike leveling is insane too, a bit annoying to get the spear early game, but apart from that it's really nice. I mean, yeah, you kind of want the spear early, and then eventually, I mean, either you keep the spear forever or you switch over to the gun later, right? I'm getting stuck here, what the hell? Okay, I was like gonna check if Everest still like drops the Pierce Cadence crossbow, right? But you guys might be right, like it might have been switched over to be Barrel Home only now. Which is very interesting, actually. There's like way more reason to like go hostile with Barrel Home than actually. Interesting. Yeah, that's gonna like change some things. Like change some things for the Cadence Tactician God, actually. Dude, where's Avarice even? Doesn't he like spawn like either of the sellers usually? Oh, there he is, okay. Nah, he still like drops repeaters at least, so I think there should be a chance for him to drop the crossbow too. I'm gonna go again though. This guy can like drop like 10 different items almost. I mean, it's not 10, it's 5. But yeah, he can only like equip one gun at a time usually. That's like a 1 in 5. I've been on your first playthrough, Dual Pistol Purifier. I've been leveling, I've been level 100 working through Forgotten Gods. I haven't finished Forgotten Gods yet, but I feel kind of lost. Giga Squishy, and otherwise, happy to see a veteran doing something similar right now. To be fair, right now I'm also not being that tanky, but that's also because I'm playing solo Demolitionist and don't even bother picking a second class right now, which is something you shouldn't do at this point, right? Usually you should like pick your second class at around like level 30 or 40 at the latest. But I kind of don't want to because I just want to like see how Demolitionist as a single class works with this. Anyway, to answer your question, ideally you just link us a link to your build, right? You can go to this website, you can upload your character, like over here, import, right? Then it shows you like where to look for your file. And then you can import your character, and then after that you can also click on share here to share a link, which you can then like just put in the chat, and then we can check out your build and try to figure out why you're feeling so squishy. Until 50? No, I definitely like go before 50 into second class. Like I think 30 to 40 is like where I usually go to second class. But yeah, I would say like until 50 is... I mean, it depends, right? Like on some classes you want, or like on some specific builds at least you want like more stuff, right? Like more... like more passives and crap, right? On this one, I don't really like want more stuff, right? I already have like everything I want. I could like 1 point to flashbang, or I mean, I could also like put more points in flashbang than just 1 point. But it doesn't really like do anything. Or like it doesn't do enough to be worth it, I feel like. Like putting points in the second mastery would be just way better right now. While I'm lost in this map. There we go, that's the right path. Everest again. Oh, does he only like drop pistols now? Okay, it's like another pistol. Could be RNG though. We got like... Let's see, we got this pistol, we got this pistol, and we got the Howler, right? So these are the 3 pistols you can also drop. We got one of them from like another trash mob, but that's fine. I'm kind of curious like now if you can like drop the crossbow or not. I think you still can, it's just like a higher chance if you're with barrel home. But maybe I'm wrong, let's find out. We're gonna keep those 3 pistols so we know what we already have. Or like what he is already confirmed able to drop. Ugningborg, Arcane Weaver and Bolt Thrower now drop exclusively from Barrowholm cultists. Interesting. That's fucked. Yeah, this guy like only drops Howlers now, like only drops all the pistols. Okay, yeah, I would actually have to adjust the Tactician guide then eventually, at least for Forgotten Gods. Interesting. Okay, let's get to level 55, equip my chest, try to fix resistances. And then you kind of like just go to ultimate, ideally, if you can. But fixing resistances isn't gonna be that easy, right? You need 50% overcap for the top row and 25 for the bottom row. We're like very far from that. Okay, Fire and Chaos and Aether is actually fine already, but the rest is just terrible. So might have to like refarm pants or resistances, or like chest. Yeah, okay, we reformed the chest I think, because I don't want the warding now. Okay, so your build, right? Your Purifier, your Fast Strike Purifier. Reason number 1 why you're dying is these numbers are below 80%. These need to be 80% or you just always die in Grim Dawn. That's just how it is. Like if you don't have these at 80% in Ultimate, you just die. Like you can't actually be alive without these 80%. You just always die. So you need to like work on those first. Get these to at least 80%. Second, your armor rating is dogshit and your armor absorption is even worse. 70% is just absolute dogshit, so you need to have these at like 98 to 100%. So not only are you dying to cold, aether, poison, and piercing damage right now, you're also dying to physical damage like permanently. That's another problem. I mean, your damage I guess is fine, but you're just getting one shot by like anything that's not a trash mob, I guess, and even by trash mobs you're probably getting one shot. By some of them at least. Next up would be your skill point education, which has some, well, inefficiency, let's call it. So let's try to fix those. Unfortunately, Grim Dawn, to have like good results, right, you need to make clever use of your skill points, because you don't have infinite of them, and there are many good skills in the game. So you need to put them properly. Honestly, the skill isn't that good anymore, I think. And there's like certain like thresholds or like value points where you might want to stop at. And your blast shield is great, right? You're probably like not dying when this is up, but like once this is on cooldown, you just instantly die, right? Like your blast shield like probably saves your ass a lot right now. Yeah, like it actually does save you quite a bit. Not against poison. Actually it does against poison because it still absorbs a lot of like damage here. And even though it's like great, right, and like helps you not die, I would put this to like 10 points, because if you fix the rest, you're not gonna need more than 10 points here and still not die. I mean, you could have put like 14 as well. The problem is like you need to make sure that you also don't die when it's like not up, right? And one way to do that would be by getting certain skills to like certain thresholds, which really isn't like obvious to a new player, unfortunately. But like, if you look like at scalings of like certain skills, for example, this one gets like 2% weapon damage until 12 points and then only 1%. And the flat damage, the physical damage does increase, but you're not converting physical to fire all that much. I mean, there's gonna be like some here and some there, but overall it's not like really that great. And also what scales better into endgame is the weapon damage usually on these kind of like weapon damage based skills, and not so much the flat damage actually. So yeah, up to 12 it's like worth to pick this, after that it's like not worth it. Also the AoE doesn't increase, right? So yeah. You want this at 12 points though, because you get like higher chance until 12 points. After that it's like only 1% higher chance. It's still worth it to like put more points for damage here actually, but you're kind of point starved and you do have full conversion for the lightning at least. So I think 12 points here as well for now. This one scales like crazy though, I think, personally. So you want this like always maxed out. And you do have like chaos to, well, at least elemental conversion as well. These are 1 pointers, that's fine. This is like a skill that has great value at 11 points or 14 points. This is just a 1 pointer, just a garbage skill. But not as bad as this one, because this one literally does nothing for you. It increases the fire damage of Thermite Mine. But the thing is, like, Thermite Mine at endgame deals no damage, it's just a debuff skill. So getting more damage on something that deals no damage is still no damage. You need to put points here, because this is resistances. 8 points is pretty good. 10 points sometimes as well. Or even more than that if you can convert to flat physical damage. But I think you can't do that all too much. You had 11 points here, the last point doesn't really do that much. It doesn't give you like another point in attack speed or like max movement speed, so it's useless. Unless you convert all of Pierce fully to fire, but you don't. So the last remaining thing here would be to make sure you have good pass-through chance. Like 5 points here, I think. You have good storm spread chance because it like has multiple projectiles, like up to 4 projectiles at 7 points, which each of which can proc brimstone, and then like all the fragments can like shotgun. It's like insane damage. And then this skill, even though it's a fire damage skill, actually it's probably like the worst, which is ironic, but that's kind of how it works. So I would put this at 5 points, because up to 5 points you get like at least 2% chance to use this, and then it kind of falls off. I mean, the percent weapon damage scaling is fine, but it's like not all that great. And then I would probably like put the rest just into vigor, because now it has HP, a lot of HP, and also armor on top. And the last 3 points probably should go back into the heal. You probably aren't missing any movement speed though on Purifier. Purifier has like 5 billion movement speed from like Vindictive Flame and Word of Renewal. So like maybe this is just a 1 pointer, and the last 3 points go into maybe like weapon damage somewhere, or like back here into Flame Touched actually. Okay, so this is like efficient skill point allocation. You have already like way more HP while still having like roughly about the same damage, I would say. Maybe you like lost a little bit of damage, but that's totally fine considering like how much more HP you got and how much more armor you got. Now we have to fix resistances, and what you've been doing so far, I was gonna say it was fine except for the flippin' Bristly Fur. I think Bristly Fur should like never ever be used. It's just a garbage component. Like not even at level 1 I would use this. I mean, okay, maybe at level 1. But like you use Bristly Fur to craft other stuff. You don't use it to actually put it on your build, in my opinion. Because it doesn't have resistances. And you need resistances. And most of your components are like level these components would be fine if you're like level, say, like 20 to 70, or like 20 to 80, or 20 to 90. Or like 20 to just barely got to 100. But even then, you want anti-venom salve here to fix your poison rust, because otherwise you die to poison damage. Also, let's actually take out this, because this, I think, falsifies your actual elemental resistances. You can rely on Inquisitor's Seal to get overcap to elemental rest, but you should never have sub 80% without Seal. So you need like another 50% cold rest and another like 30% lightning rest. And another like 15% piercing rest. What I mean by overcap, well, enemies can have resistance reduction, right? And sometimes you might feel like you're fine, right, at 80% resistances, but enemies reduce your resistances and then you're sub 80% suddenly, and then you still take like double or even triple the damage, because going from 80% to 60% means you take double the damage, right? So yeah, you really want to make sure that you don't rely on any other skill to even get to cap. Maybe like rely on it for overcap. That's already like slightly risky, but I guess overall TLDR is you underestimated how much resistances you need in this game, and you need like, if you think you need a lot, you need just double of that, right? That's just how just kind of like how the game works, unfortunately. Which is not always intuitive, but that's how it is. Your devotions seem fine, actually. You have like slight inefficiencies with like affinity for reds and greens, but I would say these are very fine overall. Except for... Actually, there's no exception, is there? Yeah, I've chosen Revenant over Elemental Storm. I mean, that's something you can do. That's fine. I don't know if it's like good or not right now, but it's certainly something that you can do. Behemoth is fine too, it gives you like a lot of HP and some armor. Hydra is obviously a must-know on range, that's like way too good. And then Ghoul is like the one that you have like spare, kind of so to say, but Ghoul is also a decent like defensive thing that you can play, right? The thing with Ghoul is, I think Ghoul requires a lot of game knowledge, right? If you proc Ghoul, you want to keep attacking. But if you panic when you go low and you proc Ghoul and don't attack, it's useless, right? So you kind of need to like know when you can keep attacking and when you can't keep attacking, which requires game knowledge. But unless you start learning it and start playing with it, you will probably never learn, so... I don't mind you having it here, I think it's fine. Like, what else could you pick? Revenant's pretty strong, but it synergizes better with Vitality or Aether builds. Yeah. And it also gives you, like, attack speed and leech and so on. I feel like Revenant used to be better for this kind of build. It's, like, definitely worse now for this kind of build than it used to be. And I'm, like, also, like, slightly leaning more towards Elemental Storm nowadays, I would say. But it's something that you can do. And I think Throne is not ideal for like min-maxing endgame, but for where you are right now, I think it's totally fine to still have it. It's definitely like totally fine. Okay, wait, I still have 13 more points to allocate? Am I doing this right? Wait, where did I drop 13 points? Oh, it's Seal, I'm stupid. I was confused. Okay, yeah, I mean, Devos are kind of fine, to be fair. When it comes to your, like, cunning and spirit and physique min-maxing, I mean, that's fine too for now. I don't think it's, like, part of what you should be doing. Wait, your shoulders have no affixes? Is this correct? The chest is terrible. Don't play this chest for this build, at least. I know it gives you like 2-piece bonus like fire, aether, burn and stuff, but it's a caster chest, and honestly, like, unless you play the skills it supports, it's just bad. The amulet is kind of better. The amulet is actually kind of okay. But the thing is, there's items that are better. Oh, you tried Ravager? Oh, you're like 100 hours away from being able to touch Ravager, I feel like, on this build. Like, no offense. Like, I'm currently like trying to make your build like not die to like maybe like Nemesis or some like Forgotten Gods trash mobs. Like Ravager is way out of your reach right now. Like even if we like did all that I'm doing right now, right? He's still gonna piss on you, right? Probably. But okay, let's try like one at a time, right? So Vegas or Heart is great. It's just great. So you need to do some Ancient Growth to get it. Gotta cross plating is great. You don't need, like, if you can't do like the actual dungeon properly, I don't think it's like worth going for this yet. Like the Agravix shard is like okay. And also I guess it's like another common like new player bait, thinking like, oh, you get like legendary items, right? Oh, they're great, right? They are good, but most of the time greens, unless your legendary is like perfect for your builders, are just still better. So like this chest is better than the current chest, these pair of pants are better than the current pair of pants, this amulet is better than the current amulet, and this belt is also better than the current belt. The thing is, you have to like look at which of these items are easy to get and which of these are harder to get, right? So solar sect pants are really easy to get, right? You just go to, well, where I could be going now as well. You do the hidden path part 1, right? Lower crossing, hidden path. Maybe you've done it already, I don't know. Hopefully you have. And then you go to the second part, right? And here you kill the Solar boss, right? And Solar boss is gonna give you these pants. And this is kind of like where it becomes a little bit boring, right? You have to like rerun the same boss over and over until he drops like some decent affixes. If you do this in Ultimate, you should on average be getting like slightly better drops than normal, like me right now. But yeah, look for affixes that fix your resistances, mostly. And then secondary, also, sure, it's fine for them to give you like some damage. But primarily, look for just fixing resistances first, right? And you just kill this guy, and he's pretty fucking easy. Even in Ultimate, you should be able to like to do him. I mean, compared to Ravager, he's like 5 billion times easier. And then you gotta like get some pants, level 94 pants in your case, that will fix your resistances. Because they come with like Aether and Bleeding resistance by default, and then maybe you're lucky and you get some like, I don't know. Usually I get like 1 magic, 1 rare affix, so maybe you get like, I don't know, like some Imperious would be already kind of crazy good, I feel like, for magic, and then like rare, like off, I don't know, maybe like some fire suffix as well. Would be kind of nice. Like of Destruction, maybe. I don't know, something like this, right? These pair of pants have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 with a freezing resistance, 6 resistances, right? And it's not something you can't get, but you're probably not gonna get exactly this pair of pants, right? Your affixes are gonna be probably different, but try to combine like affixes that give you like resistances that you need on your gear. And the same for like the belt. Okay, the belt is gonna be a bit harder. The chest is also very easy, right? I was farming it earlier as well. I'm gonna equip it here level 55. It's just Galacross, right? To farm Galacross, you just go to Steelcap District. Actually, no, not Steelcap District. You go to let's hand on this quest real quick. Farm Galacross, you go to Mammoth Sewers. Then in Mammoth Sewers, you go to the dynamite area, where you have to blow up the wall. Right over here. And then there's a boss here called Galacross, and he can drop like 2 different items, like 2 different chests. One that's like Aether themed and one that's Fire themed. The Fire themed one is, well, Fire Strike Purifier basically. Alright, there we go. It's a Singe plating. We got it here as well. We got kind of lucky. And of Ruin is a terrible suffix because it's physical damage, but hopefully you're getting more like luckier than me, and you're also gonna have to invest a bit more time like farming him like over and over, right? Like reset the game, farm him again. Like, or like reset the game, farm the pounds, farm the chest, reset the game, farm the pounds, farm the chest. You do that a bit until you get like good affixes. Like what did I get here? Like rune carved. Let's assume you get a rune carved 2, for example. Rune carved I think would be an acceptable prefix. Because it has like elemental damage, elemental resistances, HP, bleeding resistances, right? And then usually you're not gonna get like a double rare, so you're gonna get like some magic affix of Ruin, or like any of the damage types that are not fire are terrible. But stuff like off the board, for example, like stuff that gives you like stats is great. Like this one gives you like physique and spirit, for example. Sure, this is acceptable, right? This is like an acceptable pair of like chests, right? Or like an acceptable chest. And this one is also like already like better than your like current chest that you had before, right? Like a lot better actually. So these two have a lot of lines, and a lot of those lines are also like resistances and HP and like stats, so they're good. Next probably is gonna be the helmet. I mean, honestly, your helmet is already like very good. I wouldn't even bother like refarming a new one for quite a while. Like this is very good. This is fine. Your shoulders have no affixes for some reason. Ideally you farm this shoulder until you get affixes, right? You actually invest the time to get, again, like affixes on top. Like, I don't know, what do you need? Look for like something that's useful, I guess. Let's actually remove these components for now, because we don't need them at this point. Like, we shouldn't rely on them at this point. Also this one, maybe. Okay. Okay, let's do it like this for now. And then we check again. Okay, we didn't need any of these. Ideally, I guess you get like another of these, and then like something with like fire damage here. Maybe like Void Fire, I don't know, or Uzu's Flame, something like this, right? Who knows what you're gonna get. Helmet is like your, out of everything you have right now, the best item is your medal. The second best item I feel like is your helmet, actually. I mean, the guns are fine too. The guns are kind of good too. But they're... I mean, yeah, like they're fine. They're fine too. The next problem is this ring is garbage. It's... like for your build it's garbage. It's generally not garbage, but it's a caster ring. It does have like good resistances, I guess, though. Like Aether resistance is not that bad. Okay, maybe it's not garbage. But what you could do, once again, right, what you could do is you could like farm Golos or like farm this. Like you can buy this from a shop in Ancient Grove as well. And then like hope for good affixes on top. But I guess it's gonna be not that easy to get like something that's better than your current rings all that easily. So maybe you should also like postpone that and like you go for chest and pants first, right? Then for shoulders, you farm these two, then you farm those. These are like very easy to farm. And then next you would have to do the Potwebbery dungeon. Potwebbery dungeon is well, the Aether damage dungeon, right? Like over here, or like you access it like through conflagration. And there's 3 different like watchers there, and one of them is called Ordas, and the watcher Ordas is gonna drop the Chains of Ordas. And this one is a green item, so ideally, again, it will have like some affixes on top. And maybe some of those affixes are gonna, like, one is gonna be maybe like a rare one without like resistances, but another one might be maybe like some with resistances. So I don't know, maybe like one of these again. I don't know, Scorched Ants, who knows? So again, more resistances for you. And these don't have to necessarily be the resistances that you need at this point, right? Because there is augments, right? You currently have augments, and augments are the most flexible piece in the entire game that you can switch out super easily. And once you have like enough bleeding or pierce resistance here, you can just like choose whatever you actually need instead after getting like good affixes on your gear. Also, these pants, I mean, they're okay, I guess. Yeah, I mean, they're okay. I mean, boots, not pants. They're okay. What are good fire boots otherwise? Like, if you want to be tanky, right? I mean, these are fine too. Not really that tanky though, but they do have like 4% resistance reduction, like 2 on Thermopman and 2 on Aura Sensor. They're really, really good. And they do have like another proc to like protect you against like some damage here, but it's not really like that good, I think. These would be tankier, right? Golemborn are like really the tanky boots. But they have no damage. So like ultimately you're not gonna want to use them, like rather these. But right now, if you have these, I think they're better than what you currently have, maybe to like fix some stuff. But yeah, I think it's either Worm Scale for damage or these for like HP. The ones that you currently have are like something in between, but not really like doing either roles that well, I feel like. Okay, let's go with Worm Scale though, because that's like what you want to do event like ultimately, right? Dun, 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 dun. Yeah. To be fair, you don't have to actually complete the dungeon, you only have to get all the way to Watcher Orders. You just have to like get to the Watcher once and like get a belt. Or like, well, twice or thrice. But ideally, if you have like good chests and good pants, you already will be like tankier and have like most of your problems hopefully already fixed. Okay, next layer would be... I mean, gloves are fine, I guess, actually. They have attack speed, they have elemental damage. Ignifor gauntlets, are they actually better even? They're not even better, are they? Not really. Because they don't have like HP or like flat damage here. Justice can be... maybe better. Oh, these are heavy too. I mean, I think these are like almost equally good. Okay, so gloves aren't really like a problem. They're fine. Yeah, the rings are kind of not great, but I guess it's fine for now as well. The metal is literally the best slot metal already. You don't need any other metal. This is the best you can have. It's insane. Okay, next layer would be, I guess, going to Ancient Grove to Vilgazor. You don't have to be able to like kill the boss, just kill Vilgazor for like an amulet. And ideally you get something like, I don't know, like Searing of some rare affix. I don't know what you're gonna get. Something good, hopefully. I don't fucking know. Something, right? And like whatever you get on these green items is gonna more or less dictate what you need to fill, like which other holes you need to fill. Runefather's gem amulet? Runefather. Did I suggest that because it was like actually good? Oh yeah, it was like decent. It's still decent, honestly. Like if you have this is still like +1 to both skills and like elemental damage and elemental resistances. I think a perfectly rolled like Vilgazor's heart is definitely more damage though. Because it can get like, look at all the flat fire damage, right? It's insane. Runefather doesn't have that. It's like a... It's like a fine defensive choice. I don't quite remember why I chose it for you back then, or like, I think you already had it and I was like, yeah, this is fine for now. Maybe. And the maximum resistances also like makes you really tanky from Runefathers. Bilgazor's is like more offensive for sure. It does have HP at least though. Yeah. 50% over on the top, 25% over on the bottom? No. You don't need that. You need like 30%, I would say. 30-35% on top and like... And you need like 30-35% for I think like Aether and Vitality as well. I would say it's like around 30% usually for everything except for maybe Bleed. Like Bleed is not that important. Okay, anyway, like at this stage, right, you look at your resistances and then you look at what you can craft when it comes to components. And if you can craft living armor or sacred plating, ideally sacred plating, you just craft sacred plating and put it in your like shoulders. It's just insanely good. And because sacred plating not only gives you vitality, aether resistance and HP, it also gives you armor absorption. And armor absorption is something that you probably didn't know about. If you have only 70% armor and you have like 2000 armor, you're only gonna absorb 1700. Well, no, not 1700. You're only gonna absorb 1400 damage actually, right? So you want this number to be 100%. How do you achieve that? There's also scaled hide. I know it's like a level 7 component, but unfortunately it is a really insanely great like thing to do here, like to use here. And you had already like a Titan's plating here, which I guess you could still be using. But if I'm actually honest, even here a sacred plating is better. Okay, why? Well, not only because it gives you better resistances, but also because it actually has more effective armor. You're thinking like, this has insane armor, right? This should be better. Well, 2130 times 0.92 is still only like 1959.6. And this is 1902, which you might think is less. Yes, but you're still gonna take like 8% damage from every hit below 1959, whereas you're gonna take 0 from any hit below 1902. So taking 0 below 1902 is still better than taking 8% below 1959. Especially when like things shotgun you. That's kind of just how it is. So armor absorption is just insane. Like it should be always either 98%, which you achieve with like two scaled hides only. Like 98% is like this, right? Or 100%, which is like, for example, double either sacred plating or living armor, either in your helmet or shoulders or chest. And like a scaled hide and pants. That's 100% armor absorption. If you're a soldier or you have like gear with like armor absorption, then there are other ways to get that. But if you don't have any of that, then this is like the only way pretty much. And so this like locks in this component for shoulders like always. And now you have a choice between putting this component in chest or helmet, right? Carrion's Shattered Soul gives you vitality resistance and attack speed, so you could either have that, or you could have Prismatic Diamond or Titan Plating and helmet. And this is usually the tankier option, but it does make you like lose 5% attack speed. It's like a trade-off, right? And that's like something you would have to decide yourself what you want. I would probably, at least in hardcore, always prefer this. And why is Prismatic Diamond better than Titan's Plating? Well, because you're not an armor stacker. Like if you have like, I feel like Titan's Plating is only worth it for characters that have at least 4000 armor. If you have below 4000 armor, Titan's Plating is just not good. Unless you need the reflect damage reduction. But you only need that if you're playing physical or a dot build, which this isn't.
I've been expecting you, human.
So Prismatic Diamond is just better. Yo, Kraven, thanks for the prime. Appreciate the support. Welcome in. And Prismatic Diamond not only makes you tanky, right? It gives you like HP and Vitality resistance as well. It also gives you the Prismatic Rage proc, which like procs when you drop below 50%, which also makes it tanky because it gives you like flat absorption, which works the same way as Blast Shield and stacks with Blast Shield, so it makes you like even tankier. It also gives you like 10% more damage, like 10% multiplicative more damage, so it's like 10% more damage on all of what you have, as well as 10% total speed, which does fix the like attack speed when you drop low to 200% again, which I guess Ghoulish Hunger does as well, but yeah. It's like another circuit breaker, right? Maybe also if you can't get like Pierce Res. Yeah, there's like very, very, very rare cases where you pick this for Pierce Res. Like 0.01% of builds will pick this for Pierce Res only. Most of the time you pick this for like armor or reflect damage reduction, and then you make use of having additional Pierce Res here in a way that like you reshuffle your augments. But like relying on this for Pierce Res is going to be a very rare moment, I think. Well, now that you learned the importance of armor and armor absorption, why don't we try to get even more armor? Mark of Illusions is like nice up until level 100, but at level 100 it just gets outshined by like, for example, Bloodied Crystal, which has 75 flat armor. And the thing is like 75 flat armor on your ring is 75 armor for every single armor piece. So it's really more like 75 times 6, which is a lot, right? Like it's... I mean, that's not like kind of how it works, because it's not gonna like be times 6 on here. It's more like every other armor piece is like divided by 6, more or less. But this 75 armor on the ring is like having a component with 450 armor on your boots, for example, right?
Only for the armored viewpoint the 4000 sheets you wield, then its might can be revealed.
And you can have 2 of these.
Strength. It's not your way. For weaker armor can't hold 2 points, so when the fight is tough and long, Titan plating makes you strong.
Thanks for the resub, Tarnish. Thanks for the 28 months. Titan plating strong and true indeed, yeah. Thanks, thank you so much. It is a good component, but it gets outshined by some others sometimes. So getting 2 Bloodied Crystals on your rings is actually like the same as getting like 900 armor on your boots, for example, right? Or actually, it's this equivalent of getting 900 armor on your shoulders. Ish. Because like head and shoulders is like worth... what's the average? Like 100 divided by 6 is like 18, 17? 16.6. So yeah, it's about like 75 times 6 times 2. It's like 900 armor on shoulders. Like imagine you had a component that gave you like 900 armors on shoulders. You would probably use it, right? And this is 75 armor on rings, which is like the same as 900 armors on shoulders, more or less, like on average, right? So it's a lot of armor. And then also what usually people play also to like fix your attack speed in the end is Seal of Annihilation on your amulet. Why this? Like once you have the blueprint, craft this and put it on your amulet, because the proc gives you like as well like 55 OA in DA shred, which is kinda good. And its attack speed as well, which is what you lacked because of no Korean's Shattered Soul. So you're getting your attack speed back there. That's great. Wardstone, while it's insane for leveling, I always point this out as well, how insane this is for leveling, it is not good enough for endgame usually. So for endgame you want to use something else. It's usually either an Arcane Spark if you're like lacking energy, or a Tainted Heart if you just want like some more resistances and like some crit damage here. Or it can sometimes be this for speed, but in this case I would not pick this, or it can be this for armor as well. Or sometimes like this or this as well for like stun rest, or like for slow rest or HP and so on. Let's take a look at the resistances again. You don't need stun rest because these have like 5 billion stun rest, which probably means you can finally actually like remove this as well. And then you probably should also remove this actually at this point and just get like the Rowan's Crown instead for the purples. And like for your like proc there. Maybe like, I mean, I guess you're gonna put it on your weapon pool skills as well if you want to. And now you need more purple stuff, you need less greens. You can like remove spider at this point, get like, actually toad, because toad has leech. It's better than cool at endgame usually. Get the crossbows here, crossroads here for the 5 purple. You do need even 5 purple? No, you don't. You have no chariots, so you don't need 5 purple. This node is only good on this kind of build if you need the stun rest, otherwise it's not even that great. But maybe you need the stun rest. You need the 1 green though. And you need like 1 more blue, right? And now you still have like points to put somewhere. Less leech and less attack speed? Yeah, he's getting like some leech back from Toad and attack speed is gonna be fine. It's only 4%. So what you can do, right, is you could like pick something like Phoenix or Hyrian or Crab, I guess, at this point as well. Is it better than getting Ghoul? Like keeping Ghoul? What's your reach right now? 30%? I mean, that's a lot of reach, right? I think you probably don't need Ghoul if you have like Prismatic Diamond and Blast Shield, right? It's probably better to just like play Phoenix or like Crab. At least in my opinion. Which means you don't need the green again. Oh shit, this is getting a back and forth, isn't it? Okay, you don't need these points then. Need like 1 more yellow here. Don't need the blue here. Another 4 points to put somewhere if you want. This needs to be put like in Fire Strike or something actually. Which means this needs to go... I mean, I think this should go in Flashbang to be fair. Because it's really nice, like, proc rate with Flashbang as well. How do you avoid affinity restrictions on the devotion page? You can go to settings and then ignore devotion requirements. It's like really nice for 3D crafting. For, well, obvious reasons, right? Get HP here. 3 more points. You could, if you want to be like more defensive, get turtle even, right? Or we go back to wait, can you still get Ghoul on top actually? It's like 1 off, right? Yeah. Is Behemoth better than Ghoul here? But I guess Behemoth better than Chariot? I don't think so actually. Like once you have a high enough HP pool, which you can just achieve from like items and so on, I think Chariot or Ghoul are better than Behemoth on this kind of build. Maybe like Chariot and Toad and Turtle. And then get the node here as well. I think this is better. The problem now is that you have like lots of new procs that you would have to like re-level. But you can speed that up by getting a like experience potion, right? Yeah, this is just way better in my opinion actually. Okay, how's your cunning? You don't have hawks, so you'll need 511 for this one. Maybe like go full physique, honestly, like Purifier is just squish. You have like 3000 offensive ability now, which is like what you need as well. Okay, we're gonna look at the actual like good endgame augments here for your weapons and rings next. And it's usually the ones that have like flat damage as well, because you're using a weapon damage based build, so Arcane Hard Powder. If you can't buy this yet, make sure to increase the reputation with the faction that allows you to buy this item. Same for guns, right? Yeah, okay, we already have it here. Ravager's Rage. I think it's the one, yep. 0% physical resistance. Yeah, that's just like fucking Purify life for you, I guess. Plating was purely for Pierce Rust? Yeah, definitely go back to Diamond then for sure. Okay, so we fixed your armor rating. We didn't fix your physical resistance. And also HP took a big drop from like removing the augments that pro like gave you HP actually. Huh. HP is like getting to territories where I don't want to like it's like lower than I want to see it again. I mean this is gonna be there, right? Obviously. You can't put more points here. It's already like maxed out. It's unlucky. These don't convert physical to fire strike, do they? Man, like the new gun that I'm playing right now, the test patch, it's so fucking good. Like this gun, or like this crossbow I guess, is like way better than this gun. Even though this is legendary. But like this is just way better, it's not even close. This is such a dog shit gun. Like I mean it's like fine, but it's also dog shit. It's like elemental based after all, not fire based. Just drop Aura of Sensor for conviction. I mean, you never do that, but yeah, that would, I guess, technically give you physical resistance, right? But obviously, you never do that. Just play 200 faction gun, just play like Desolator. I mean, Desolator is like really fucking good, isn't it? It do be good. Switch it for like a blue Gargaball. Yeah, true. Once you can farm Gargaball, right? Well, like once you can kill Gargaball in the first place, Core of Gargaball is actually better than our current Sigil or something for fast track. Or is it? Oh, it's kind of close, right? Exterminus is better, yeah. If you have Exterminus, that's better for sure. Oh wait, is it? Do you have Chaos to what converts Chaos to Fire on Final Strike? Nothing does here, right? Wait, did they change Exterminals? I mean, you do have like Chaos to Fire from like chest and shoulders, I guess. Man, that fucking gun is so good. Like this cross gun is so good. Crossbow gun. Crossbow pistol. Sharpshooter Waldum Purifier unironically better than Fire One right now? I can see it, yeah. Oh, what about my boy Dargalon? I mean, this would be better too, I guess, right? Wait, how good is the Dargalon helmet? Is it even better than Incendiary Cask now that this has like 100% conversion? Is the Dargalon actually worse than this now? Dude, oh my god, the Dargalon is so bad. What the fuck? It's like good, but also bad. And pistol only has 7% attack speed. And you get attack speed like here, right? It's only 14%. So I guess like, I don't know, man, like it's not good. I think the gun is still a shit set, right? Like they buffed it, it's better than before, but is it actually good? I'm confused, I don't think so. Dog Gallon. Yeah. Dog Gallon, indeed. I mean, okay, we're not like trying to make it like crazy good with like crazy endgame items that you don't have yet. We're trying to make it like reasonable good with like reasonable items that you can like reasonably farm in like a decent amount of time, I guess. Obviously, you're not gonna get like these exact affixes that easily, but like any combinations of like affixes that help you fix resistances is gonna be fine, and it's a starting point for you to play the game without dying all the time. And that's like what we want to achieve here mostly. And it's fine if you don't have all these resistances, because you're right now not even using a single resistance augment, and you still have like everything capped, right? So if I was to use some resistance augments here, I would like use probably like Pierce Aether. There's some noob traps with augments as well. Like for example, this one. Don't ever use it. It's absolute dog shit. Why is it dog shit, you ask? Because first of all, this one is the same, just 30% better. And second of all, kind of like try to never use single resistance augments. Because like look at this, right? You have 15% pierce rest here. And say you want Aether rest too. You could also use Dreeg's Whale Ward, right? I mean, 15 plus 15 is 30, right? But if you just used 2 of these instead, oh, surprise, surprise, you're using the same amount of slots, but instead of 30%, you have 40% resistances, right? So these are just like pretty much always better. Like, if possible, always use double resistance augments and never use single resistance augments. There are very few exceptions where, because of like certain stars that have aligned, aka like certain affixes that you got on your gear alongside like certain legendaries that you have to play, you might have to, in very specific situations, like use single resistance augments, but otherwise you never want to use them ever. Right. Everything else here that I'm gonna put here is well, okay, let's assume you get like something worse here, right? You get, instead of Imperious of Odin's Flame, you get like Imperious of... I mean, if it's even worse, it might be even better, but this is like double magic, right? It's like magic prefix only, magic suffix only, so it's like easier to get than what you had before. And all this does is it makes your build better, actually. It's kind of funny in this case. Okay, you have like a slightly worse damage maybe, but... you need like to put one Vitality Pierce affix here in this case, like augment in this case here now. And these affixes, like these resistances are like totally fine now, right? This is very much totally fine. And you could like put more health now instead. Like if you have everything capped, everything fixed, like everything overcapped, right, to like 30% at least, you can then start like putting health and DA augments. But I think getting off Vitality suffix on gear and then like fixing resistances with augments is probably better, actually, generally speaking. Yeah, okay. So now we're at... The only thing you have to do to go from here to here is farm this chest, farm these pants. The helmet is the same. Rings are still the same, they're not optimal, they're far from optimal, but I'm gonna like keep them as they are because rings are gonna like need more time to farm. Like get this helmet. It's a pain to farm, to be fair, but this is like double magic, so it's like very, very easy to get. This one requires you to go to Ancient Grove dungeon, this one requires you to go to Pot Weaponry dungeon, so these are probably like the most painful to farm out of these like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items. And everything else is just knowledge based, honestly, because everything else is just me switching your components, me switching your skill point allocation, me switching your devotions around, and you can do all of that at any time, you just need to know how to do it, right? And now you have like 3000 more HP, you have like 3000 more DPS, okay, you lost like some attack speed, unlucky I guess, you have like 300 more armor. But actually, you don't have 300 more armor, you have like 1,000 more armor, basically. You don't die to anything that has any kind of damage, because your resistances are shit. You did lose 11% physical resistance, I'll give you that, okay? So you are like slightly squishier against big physical hits, maybe, but actually you're not, because you have like 1,000 more armor. You have the same DA. You have 300 more OA, making you able to crit reliably pretty much everything now with Flashbang. I guess last points could also like go into Flashbang. Or like into Temper for like more DA. Yeah, or like into weapon pool skills to increase like damage and proc chance on these, maybe. Maybe at this point it's actually like bursting around. Like getting this to 5 and this to 7 is like priority, but after that, maybe like putting, I don't know, like putting more points here or here is probably best. Or like into Flashbang or into Temper, right? It's like flexible points at this stage. Or getting more attack speed on Vindictive Flame actually, because you like lost some of that, right? It's probably better. Like 14 or 11 points are like the things to go for. This at 10 is like totally fine now because you have like a max seal. You got tank here with devotions because of like Phoenix and Turtle. You did lose Ghoul though. But for circuit breakers you have like prismatic rage and just blast shield as well. I think it's fine. There are situations where Ghoul is better though. Like for example against Ravager, Ghoul is better than this page. This page, or like this build in general, is kind of like designed now for you to be able to like farm actual endgame gear by like doing Shattered Realm. First of all by completing the campaign, right? Complete the campaign, farm Shattered Realm, farm Crucible for example. This should be like good enough for Crucible and like Shattered Realm. And easier Celestial bosses like Lokar for example. Like look up Lokar if you don't know who Lokar is. Lokar is who you should be able to defeat to get like the speed leveling set to be able to make like level 1 to 94 runs in like 5 hours or like 6 hours. And Ravager is something that either you kite a lot with this or you just make a different character for, honestly. Because Ravager is like a... he's just a different kind of beast, to be fair. Like as I said, you're like at least 100 hours away of like defeating Ravager in my opinion. With this build. Or like maybe even like it's faster to make a different build to kill Ravager. I mean it's possible on this, on a Purifier if you like play well and you build tanky and stuff. But the thing is like you probably like already like always die to Ravager before he like got to half HP, right? Once he gets to half HP he gets like basically twice as strong. So if he like already slapped you now, he gets twice as strong like once he drops below 50% HP. 0% Fizz Rest time for Ravager, yeah that's the other thing, like you want like high Fizz Rest. like Ravager is like... yeah, don't even think about Ravager for like the next 200 hours or like 100 hours. Especially not on a pistol Purifier. Like there are builds that can do Ravager way quicker, but not this one. This is not a Ravager killer. Like even once like fully min-maxed, this build is barely gonna be able to kill Ravager, because Purifier can do all things, but Ravager is like terrible for Purifier. This game is trash. Yeah, that is an opinion that you can have, yeah. I don't think it's trash, but I mean that is one of the opinions of all time. Just don't let Voldrak touch you or he will break your bones as well. Yeah, Voldrak... like, this build right here probably also gets like one tapped by Voldrak if you get hit by like an overhead slam right now. This build at least should be able to kill Voldrak. And Voldrak is like a campaign boss, right? Like Ravager is like 5 billion times harder than Voldrak. Anyway. Alright, that was a session. Hope it was useful though. I mean, it should be. Hopefully. Okay, do I farm some more here? Do I farm like this chest more or not? This chest is decent, and it would be actually good if it didn't drop off ruin suffix. Is it better than this one? Because of the warding prefix? I actually don't need warding right now, I just need more like... Honestly, chaos resistance is like the least important at this stage of the game. Because I'm gonna go to ultimate, and ultimate act 1, 2 doesn't need any chaos res at all. Like you just don't need it. It's unnecessary. So getting like elemental overcapped is more important. The bleed resistance is useless though. But yeah, rune card prefix did give me elemental rest, so that's nice. Renegades gave me, I think, additional 8th resistance, which was nice at the time, but not needed anymore. So I guess we just farm Solal again. And we need to like get some good shoulders too. I mean, these are decent, I guess. Good helmets. The thing is like, they don't scale high enough at levels, right? Do you want to do like Act 1 Elite to then like do Act 2 Elite to get like a higher level item here? I'm actually not sure. I think you just like play Ultimate anyway. We could try Goddess Rings though, like my rings are terrible. Try Goddess Rings and like try Solar Sect. And do that until like at least level 55. And then we play like these pants. I mean this chest rather. Could also try Podweb Rebuilt, maybe. Okay, let's do that. Am I a regenerator to take Golos? Not really. I mean, what's the other option? Crawley, I guess, for attack speed? It's probably better, yeah. Crawley, or like just do both, right? Like around Crawley and Golos, maybe? To have some variety. Oh yeah, Cronde might not scale high enough. Let's see with Cronde. These guys are like level 50, 40 rather actually. I'm not really like a full regenerator now, but Vindictive Flame also gives me attack speed. So Goddess Rings are, well, not as much attack speed as Crowny Rings, but they are some attack speed at least. And this might be good. I actually can be good too, yeah. Is it Thermite Mine bonuses? Harmonious of Celerity. Well, Harmonious is insane, but of Celerity is casting speed. I mean, it's better than a Warped of Dauntless Will, right? That's for sure. It's also better than the Veloth Ring, I think. For, well, obvious reasons, yeah. I need Vitality Rust too. Okay. Let's try the pants. Living Ringers or Gargoyles are not popular anymore. Gargoyle is good too. Gargoyle, I do have one Gargoyle ring here. The Gargoyle ring is very, very good for endgame. The thing is, like, at this point, I'm not sure if it's like worth the time investment to like farm Gargoyle rings. Because it is like, I do have a decent Vigazos already, like Searing of Voidfire is totally fine. And unless I wanted to farm another Vilgazor as well, I think I wouldn't go to farm like Gargoyle rings. They are a great like investment later though, like endgame. I mean, I do have an Alacrity ring, like it's not bad. But the prefix is just like unusable. And if you want to go like ultimate quickly, you just have to like fix your resistances, at least in hardcore. That matters more than like some damage from attack speed. I mean, damage is fine with these guns anyway, right? I think on this build, like leeches definitely superior to regen. Oh, Stonehide. Unless you play Elementalist, right? If you actually choose Elementalist with Raging Tempest here, then Goddess Rings is better. Because you get like double regen stuff. These are really good actually as well, yeah, crazy. Okay, we play these. We play maybe Goddess Rings. Try Goddess Rings. And what else do we try for? Could like try for a high level of the gun as well before going to ultimate, but I don't know if that's necessary. Okay, so Rune Card will ruin these pants. Wait, do we play Legblades of Valor for Pierce Thrust? No, right? No. No, we can't. A Coven Ring? Like from the Udenborg Coven? To be fair, I don't... Yeah, like they are usually meh. But in some situations they can like fix specific holes that you might have. Living Rings always have Vitality resistance, right? Which is actually something I would need right now. I do have this one, Searing of the Untamed. Untamed is like a pet suffix, but I think it's a rare one, so it should also have like resistances, right? Yeah, Aether resistance. It's honestly not too bad. Actually, it's not needed right now, but it's not... Like, it's generally not too bad. What else can I do? I need 15% more Fire and Lightning Rust, actually. And 20% more Acid Rust as well, still. That's, I think, more important than Aether. Is it more important than Vitality? Maybe not. Pyramid Mines are pets? Maybe. That's why they're so garbage. Dreadlords of Readiness. Well, Dreadlords is a Vitality prefix, but it also has Leech.
Ah,
So it's very
I've been
interesting, actually.
expecting you, human.
Originally, Jace Ace. Thanks for the tier 1. Welcome in. Appreciate the support. Welcome into the Bloomers. And Readiness is great for endgame. At this stage, it's like okay. It's not great, it's not bad. Has Pierce and Chaos Rust instead of Pierce Elemental on my Warped Crawley of Daunt as well. Oh. Yeah. I think Crawley rings are like among the best actually that we can get here right now, quickly. Let's check the Coven faction rings that you were like talking about.
Come see what's left of my wares.
They're level 90.
See you around.
They're fucking level 90, dude. In terms of Shattered Realm, how strong is Lokar? I would say he's like new scaling, right? Shattered Realm changed their scaling, but like the new current scaling of the current patch. He's maybe like about as difficult as Shard, like 20 maybe? Ish. Something like that. Like 15 to 20 maybe. Kinda depends on your build. As ever so often, it depends. It depends, like, Lokar is a bit more like skill check, I would say, than SR15. But then again, like, some bosses in SR are also like skill checks, I know, in their own way. Honestly, the Martin's Crest can also be good, right? Let's check it out again. Where is it? Here. Subjugators of Scorching. That's absolute dog shit. Consecrated of Readiness. Honestly, that's fine. Right, it's Vitality Resistance. Pierce Resistance. But I lose LA. God, it's like a back and forth all the time. So what do these give me? They give me Elemental Rust. Okay, so they fix my LA Rust problem that I have for Ultimate. I don't need more LA Rust. These had 12% only, which is not that high. But then I will be under again. I need 15. This is plus 8. Minus 12 is under 4. I mean, 4 under is like acceptable. And this will put me to 4 under on Vitality as well. Which is, I guess, also acceptable. I mean, yeah, using this ring together with this chest would be acceptable, I think. And then the pounds change what? They change Aether Rest to be 20 lower, which is kind of not acceptable. But at some point we might have to like remove Devil Touched Ammo and like... I mean, the leech is nice, but we have a lot of leech as well. So it might be necessary to like use an Aether Resistance or like Purified Sword, for example, like an Aether Rest component instead of like one Devil Touched Ammo. They Gigafix Bleed Rest, which is a little bit over the top, but it's fine. And they also give me more Pierce Resistance, which then will be completely maxed out. And they also give me Poison Resistance, which would also be maxed out then. Actually, no, Pierce is still not maxed out, right? How much Pierce Rest is this ring? This is 24 Pierce Rest, my current one is 27. What's that? That's not good. It's like plus 17, minus 3, so plus 14, it's like 35. So 15 under. 65 Pierce Dress. Honestly, like for Act 1 that's acceptable, for Act 2 it wouldn't be. Also, thanks for the sub. Like, after all the device, you're obviously subbing, yeah, I guess I already thanked you. I'm getting tired. Fuck me, I should like stop streaming. I'm getting tired. Okay, are these pants good? No. Are these pants good? Are these as this ring good? No. Like, once I start like reading chat out loud like more than once, I'm getting too tired to stream. And it's getting late, but I just want to get this ready for Ultimate real quick. Just one more run, right, real quick. One more run, mom. To be fair, my metal sucks. Like, Martin's Crest is probably better now that I have Thermite Mine. And also it can, like, very likely generate better resistances than my current metal as well. You can't wait for our Reckoning Wolf or Bird. Yeah, same, that's gonna be hilarious as fuck. Like, what's the, like, Zealot class? It's gonna be very fun to play, I think, as well. Like, if not good, definitely hilarious. Just get a Praetorian set? True. Actually, that's interesting. Like, I kept saying, like, you always get Praetorian set, right? And I did almost always get Praetorian set on, like, all my other runs. But on this one, actually, I'm not getting a single set piece so far. Winter Storm is Elemental Rust. Well, that fixes my Elemental Rust completely. But, like, Winter Storm is flipping, like, cold damage. I don't know about that. I can try again, I guess. Murderer's Cowl. You're so hyped, you're stuck between wanting to grind a bunch of characters out right now until these two drops, or keep yourself starved until it drops. Yeah. I mean, I think You should probably just like play the Grim Dawn Community Season 7. If you want like some new content until then. It feels very much like Vanilla Grim Dawn, just like with more added content on top. We got a Rune Lords of Nature's Bidding. I like both of these affixes new. They might be. Everwinter, Biting Code, Ground Slam, Pet Stuff. I guess like Nature's Bidding suffix is like pet stuff, and the Rune Lord's prefix is Everwinter and Biting Code, if I had to guess, which is like a Were Raven skill and a Rune skill, isn't it? Biting Code is like this one. Oh yeah, it's like for Rune Raven. And honestly, I think Rune Raven is a really good like build right now already. That's an interesting prefix for Rune Raven. Pierce Rest for Pets. Oh yeah, true. Nature's Bidding is Pierce Rest for Pets. Which is something that was like really hard to get in pets before, right? Interesting, interesting. What's the Crowny ring? Menacing of the Fox. Menacing is Chaos Rest, of the Fox is Cunning. And Spirit, I think, as well, actually. Kind of like low rolled on the Spirit, high rolled on the Cunning. So is it good? I mean, it's acceptable, except we don't need Chaos Rest, so it's actually unacceptable. Seal of Might and Oakskin give Pierce Rest now. 2 pets. I mean, have always. That's true. Yeah, that's true. Like, if you were a Shaman, Pierce Rest was like easy for pets. But if you were not a Shaman, then Pierce Rest was a pain, which is kind of like why Shaman was pretty dominant for pet builds, I feel like. Like, even more so than a Cultist, even though like a Cultist gives you even more free like poison rest, but anyway, I guess it's like nice to see more options. Oh, what the fuck. Are there any good SSF gun builds? You are currently looking at one, yes. And this one will be a lot better when the next expansion comes out. I mean, currently, you can also play the same like Purifier, just like you can't play exactly these guns, you will have to like play some different ones. And I think it's probably best for me to just like link you the playlist of the Purifier playthrough I did in the past. Grim Dawn Beginner Purifier. You just Google that or like put it on YouTube. You are gonna find out this playlist right here. Yeah, like this playlist right here. Obviously you don't have to like watch the 5 billion hours of gameplay there, but you can click on more in the description, like check out these grimtools links for like every couple of levels as well. That should be helpful too. Otherwise I could also like link you what I have right now on this character, but as you will see there are like no weapons on that link because these weapons are not available right now. They are going to be available when the next expansion hits, so they are like kind of, well, pay to win, or in my case like have the privilege to play the like test server or like test patch to win, or like to, well, showcase stuff or like it. Yeah, like these guns are crazy, as you can tell. Like obviously they're very fucking good. Oh well, they're not guns actually, they're crossbows. One-handed crossbows. Stanching of attack, that's like bleed rest, right? Where the fuck did it go? Hello? Am I blind? I am blind, right? What? Did I not pick it up? Jesus Christ. Oh wait, it wasn't the metal. What the fuck? I need to really go to sleep, holy shit. Trickster says poison rust. Which I don't need. Crony like almost dies before he can even like put up his first shield, like it's It's absolute craziness. Tough Butchery is elemental rest, higher pierce rest, additional HP, bleeding damage, which we don't care about. I mean, it's basically what I have, just better, right? It's literally the same ring, just better. So that's definitely always an upgrade. This is a side grade, I feel like. That's like getting worse and worse by the minute. Tactician is also a good choice. Yeah, if you want to play like two-handed crossbow or like two-handed gun, you can also play like Cadence Tactician. I do have a Cadence Tactician playthrough as well on my YouTube, which is like an alternative to the Purifier, I guess. Also, you can just play like Primal Strike ranged as well, but Primal Strike kind of like usually starts out as like melee, and it's not like technically it's not like a classic gun build, but it is definitely like a 2-unit range build and does use a gun, so in a way it is a gun build. Can each projectile of Storm Spread proc on attack devotions? I think yes, but they share like a cooldown, right? So like usually all the devotions that you proc, they do have cooldowns, and well, you're only gonna like proc stuff once. Can I even get a level here? Like, nothing gives me XP here, right? I said like I'm gonna farm it until level 55, but I guess if I never get XP, I will never level. Oh shit, he has a hammer too. Arsonist, Incendiary Cask of Scorching, and Battle Mages of Readiness. Okay, these are maybe possibly some juicy items. Maybe not. It's just 5 billion Chaos Rush. Battle Mages is also Poison Rush. Let's see what the ring gives me. I think not using a Thermite Mine actually is like a higher chance of like killing him instantly. Oh well. Unyielding is lots of Pierce Rush. Lots and lots of Pierce Rush. Okay, let's do like one quest real quick so we flip and get level 55. The problem with Fabius was that you couldn't tank him. And the reason why you couldn't tank him is because your resistances and your armor was shit. Fabius deals mostly pierce damage and physical damage. And he also has an aura that reduces your pierce resistance. So you need like, well, 30-35% overcap for pierce, otherwise you just die. Like, any build dies against Fabius if you don't have like 30-35% overcap. That's just Fabius. Like that's his thing, right? Like you die unless you have like good pierce rest and armor. The thing is, you can also fight him while he's invisible, right? He is targetable, and you can damage him while he is invisible. So you can technically also like out-skill him, I guess, instead of out-statting him, but I don't know. Usually just like takes longer. outstatting is more efficient. I mean, you can like start outskilling him once you like push into like Shattered Realm shards, where he's gonna scale out of control at some point and you can't outstat him anymore. Then like eventually you might have to like start focusing more on like attacking and like fighting him whenever he's invisible, like just kiting him around. But that's not something you should like rely on right now. That's something you should like rely on once you like get to like high shards in the Shattered Realm. Okay, another devotion shrine here. Oh yeah, this is gonna give me chaos stress anyway. I forgot about that kinda. And there were like good gloves here, but I mean mine are legendary and better anyway, I guess. We're level 55. Okay, let's equip the chest. Equip, I think, this ring. Maybe not. I do need vitality resistance. Carrion's soul gives me that, and then I need some more even. Okay, LA Rest is fixed now. Poisonous Pierce is not fixed. Why is it not fixed? Because I need these pants, right? Level 60 pants. I mean, you're gonna get like level 60 from 55 in like 2 seconds when you go to ultimate, really. So, let's just go to ultimate, I think.
So,
I want to use this other ring. This ring is not good enough, no. Okay, yeah, we can just go to ult. Is this ring better for vitality resistance than like the living ring though? Because you need the pierce thrust too, I guess. Okay. We just check out if we are able to do ultimate difficulty. This is the new UI that's gonna be available with Fangs of Asterkarn. Maybe earlier, who knows. But yeah, they have like some new like difficulty UI here. Which I guess looks cool. A little bit like Diablo in a way. And I'm not sure if it's like faster to change difficulty than before.
still, he's
So I'm not sure like how necessary this change was, to be fair. But I mean, I guess it looks cool. It's probably gonna be like more appealing to like new players than like to older players. It does explain. That's true. Like it's very good that it actually like tells you what the difficulties do now. Yep, that's actually okay. Never mind. I take it back. It's a huge change. Like that part is actually nice. Very nice to know. Okay, if you check out resistances, right? I have like 60% acid, 61 wit, 75 chaos, 55 pierce. All of which is not ideal, but none of that is like necessarily the most crucial for Act 1, to be fair, I would say. And we also always have like blast shield, right, if you like drop low. And we're gonna like fix that stuff like soon, very soon. And Act 1 is a joke in a way, like compared to the other acts in the game. Act 1 is piss easy. So we should like use Act 1 to get to level 60, to equip the pants. And how do you get to level 60 fast? You do all the side quests as well, because quests in this game give a lot of XP, especially in Ultimate. So let's take this guy home and then proceed. Hello, hello. Yeah, Senior Snake. Hello, hello. I could really like farm elite. Maybe just push through Act 1 real quick. Yeah, I feel like on some builds, like just powering through Act 1 elite is maybe faster than like going ultimate right away and like forcing character to go ultimate right away. Maybe, yeah. Like at least when it comes to like the farming phase, yeah. We got so used to it looking like shit, but to be fair, it's really nice for it to just be prettier. Yeah, fair. Okay, this one deals Aether damage and poison damage, doesn't it? Yeah. Yep. The poison is cracking me up here. Yep. You wanna have poison rest maxed? Sure. I might just like get Crane real quick. Or rather the Riot. Like the 1 point in Riot for 10% poison rest. Then I take like 33% less damage-ish. Maybe I'm like forcing my you have to skip elite argument like a bit too much sometimes. Maybe. We're needing too much energy now actually. Do I have to like pull some points from Static Strike? Maybe I need to like actually remove some points from my skills. I don't have enough energy anymore for some reason. That's wild. Okay, doing totems when you don't have like max resistances like me right now is not something you should do, to be fair. But oh well. I mean, Act 1 Elite is also like very easy to get devotion points, to be fair. So it's not certainly not bad to do that for devotions either. Where's he running? What the fuck? Hello? Why does he hate that one like cultist so much? Why he's getting killed by me? That was interesting. Triple Aether Hulk from Totem? Yeah. To be fair, my Aether is maxed actually. So that part at least is fine. But yeah, poison is scary right now. And pierce. Very scary. Okay, what did I say? Poison rest? Yep. And need level 60. Is Krieg gonna give me level 60 or am I gonna get... Do I get like 5 levels in Act 1 even? I should, right? Hopefully. Yeah, they're mostly physical. Which I kinda have... Like, I have to fix my armor absorber again, right? But I need more acid resistance first. Ay. Troubles. Kinda wanna compare these guns to the guns from Season 7. That's true, Season 7 also has guns, yeah. 25 to 50 at level 40. What do the season guns do? It's this one, right? Magma cannon. Is there like a level 41? No, it's 35 and then 52. Okay, but these have like 25 to 50 base, which is actually a lot. And then they have like 23 to 28 on top, but I think like some of that is from, most of that is from searing, right? Yeah, they have like higher base damage than the level 52 from the season. That's fun. Oh my god. The season ones were like base from like some... Oh wait, no, wait. No, this is split, right? They're split damage. Okay, hang on. 35 split damage. 38 divided by 2, 6, 19 plus 16 is like 35. Because it's getting like fully converted to Fire Strike if you either use like one and then like prefix and like component, or like you just like use two of them. Actually no, this is local, this is global. Yeah, this kind of stuff is like I have to like think about these guns for next season, honestly, because Create is going a different direction with conversion as well in a bit, and I kind of want to like make the same steps that they're doing so it like feels more natural. Yeah, partial locals is like something that Create also did a lot, but they kind of like changed that. Bursting around from melee would be wild, actually. That would be kind of fun. Like bursting smack. That would be hilarious, actually. So, okay, if you compare the base damage, it's like slightly worse, right, actually. So this is... Wait, no, that's not worse. 25 to 50 is 75 divided by 2 is like 30... 37? This has 35 base, but it's like 5 levels lower as well. So I mean, it's kind of similar, I would say. It's very similar. This one has like additional weapon pull skill because it... Yeah, there was no like chance to increase proc chance tech yet. This might be removed and like just added with a proc chance tech instead. We'll see. We'll see. What do you think, guys? Should those guns that have like additional weapon pool skills, instead of having additional weapon pool skills, get a higher chance to proc existing weapon pool skills instead? Or do you like the procs from those pistols from the league? They're kind of fine as they are. Yeah, maybe we keep them as they are. Like, apart... Okay, the local conversion stuff maybe should change, but... It's a bit same with the Desolator. Yeah, I guess... Maybe, yeah. Oh, by the way, there's like new arcane mobs. Act 1 has arcanes now, at least on ultimate.
The dead. I need some time.
Come see what's left of my wares.
What, like, it's a one-handed crossbow actually. Yeah, it's from the Fangs of Asterkarn expansion, which is currently in testing. This is on the test server, and it's gonna come out later at some point this year. Yeah, it's pretty nice. Pretty nice Eldritch Blaze emitter. Time to get one shot by Shander, you guys said. How about we kill him first? Just kill him, right?
Oh, hello.
Alright, ultimate, you always choose anger him. Fuck Duncan. His donuts are good, but his crafting is not good. That's the idea that the Lich Crusader set would only summon skeleton Death Knights. That is one of the ideas that I also have actually. Like, until now we weren't able to change the summon behavior of, like, until like last patch basically, we weren't able to like change the summon behavior of skeletons. But now we are. So yeah, they can be cool things. Now, like actually cool things. Like really fucking cool things. With skeletons at least. And many other things too. Freeze rest is shit though. Okay, we got blast shield. We're fine. We're fine. It's fine. Time to die to Colossus? No. To like flash hearts? No, just kill everything. Yep. Yep. I'm surprised this is still like this good damage, because like I'm level 56, right? I'm an ultimate, so enemies are like scaling in 2 different ways, obviously, because of like ultimate modifier and levels. My guns are level 40, so I mean it's still fine, but it should like start falling off at some point eventually. I guess it's Act 1, right? Act 1 is just a joke. Except for these Ember Guards, they're always insane. Birch Village. Like for some reason these Ember Guards have more resistances than all other Ember Guards in the entire game. Which makes like no fucking sense at all, but that's how it is. Hopefully they fix that at some point. And hopefully I fix my mana actually. Ay ay ay. What needs so much mana? 18 cost? This one adds no cost. 6, 8. Is it Static Strike that needs so much mana? Or is it just like my regen being that bad? That's funny. Okay, let's fix Poison Rest first of all. Maybe I need to like put some points in Spirit. Not even kidding. To fix my energy. Or we craft an Arcane Spark like once I can afford that with my limited resistances. Hello. Arcane Gazers. Oh hey, there it is, Praetorian. You do always get at least one, don't you? I need one more fabric, right? I missed one somewhere, somehow. Where the hell is it? Nope. Oh, yeah. Maybe we play these pants. They are certainly good. Runic bracers are always very good to fix resistances too. Like triple resistances on gloves is hard to beat when it comes to resistances. On the other hand, they don't have any like attack speed or casting speed, so it makes them primarily great for like cooldown casters, I guess, which this one isn't. Oh yeah, the poison zombie that can like spawn from this totem here. If you don't have like capped poison dust, he is very, very scary. For sure. Yo, Jaren, welcome, welcome. Hello, hello, hello. To be fair, I'm kind of tired. I do want to go through Ultimate real quick though. And I like not through all of Ultimate, just through Act 1. Get to like level 60, put on the pants, like the new pants. And then like call the character like, well, I guess finished for now. Like ready for Ultimate. After like 1 Pro, like the next step would be to... Forgotten Gods of Ultimate is scary as fuck, right? It's like the problem with these pistols actually. You need... like you only get them in Forgotten Gods at the very end of Forgotten Gods. Like even after... Actually, no, not just at the end. And Ultimate is a bit easier, you can just like do totems, I guess, right? Like totems that spawn... Korvac, servants and so on. The freeze dress is kind of like killing me right now. I like the non-existing... holy fuck, dude. And these guys are killing me too, I guess. Yep. Because like against these guys, I would eventually definitely need like an upgrade on my weapon. I mean, I guess normal scale is high enough for it. I could like farm like the next tier maybe, which should be like 60 maybe. I would have to like check what the next tier, like the next level tiers for these weapons. Like farm them either again on normal, or maybe, Questions. Arcanes will disable your buffs for like a couple of seconds. And there's nothing you can do about it, except like not getting hit. They will like automatically reactivate, but you will be disabled for a couple of seconds. Man, sometimes I still wish I could just like throw down a Blackwater cocktail here and like just kill the entire screen with AoE. Fire Strike is not the best single target, like AoE. You do have Brimstone with all the fragments, but honestly, unless you're an Inquisitor or like some other class that has like weapon pool skills on top, you really do feel the lack of weapon pool skills. But I mean, apart from that, this is a lot of fun to play now. Especially like the new movement speed. Honestly, it feels so nice, and like just Hydra movement speed is only 145%. And Inquisitor gives you like at least, I think, like another 6%. Like 151% then. Like it's not quite Nightblade level right now because I'm like a bit, well, too squishy and don't have like enough damage, so I'm like, I can't actually like zoom all too much around because I have to be like a little bit careful. But it feels like so much better than it used to. Like it's crazy. The sound is so snappy too. I really like. I like it a lot actually. It's like tuck tuck pew pew. Pew pew. So yes, while these like weapons are insane, I think it's fine that they are as strong as they are, to be fair, because getting them while leveling is quite the investment. Like on normal, it's a very low drop rate. On Elite and Ultimate, it's gonna be obviously a higher drop rate. But going all the way there on Elite, it's gonna be quite the like detour. And getting there on Ultimate is quite scary. That's like at the end of Forgotten Gods, basically. So refarming them on normal is maybe the call. Like some areas do scale high on normal, and I don't know how high that area scales, but it should scale like pretty high, I think, actually. Did you expect this damage though, Krieg? Did you expect this damage from Friar Strike Purifier at this level? I mean, Demolitionist is not even Purifier. I wanna dodge the debuff. I don't care about the slam, I'll just tank it. I got Boss Shield. Like you tank the slam and then you dodge the wave, because the wave slows your attack speed. Pistol Power Strike actually feels really good on command though. If you use Fire Force Wave with Bane Gargoth's Shield to proc magic. Interesting. I don't see that scaling well, if I'm honest, but I guess it does feel good, yeah. Armor belt. Did I get an armor belt? Oh, hammer fall, yeah, true. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Is it worth like losing +1 all skills over? Maybe. I don't think so most of the time, but maybe it is sometimes. Oh shit. Oh yeah, the spiders have a ring now as well that they can drop. Sometimes. What should we play next, chat? Like, this build is almost like about to reach its end in the spotlight. At least for these like normal runs. Cats, of course. Yikes. I mean, you could also like play some Berserker maybe. Actually, no, I want to wait for the next patch. It's still not out for some reason. Yeah, I guess we can like play. Hang on, what did I not play so far? I didn't play Necromancer so far. I didn't play Soldier so far. We could do some Force Wave Soldier, right? That's very interesting. Oathkeeper. Dude, Oathkeeper leveling is so fucking bad. Like, okay, once you have, what the hell is happening? It's like two new mob types, and they're like crazy. What the hell? Oh my god, dude, this guy's crazy. What is this, Infernal? What is this mob type? Holy fuck. So much damage. Infernal is kinda scary, not gonna lie. That mob would like kill all of your minions. Yeah, it better. Better buff them. Yeah, it should be like buff the projectiles, right? True. Buff the projectiles so we can like make sure it actually kills the pets. Yep. Nah, we just need like evade for pets, right? Like just make pets evade too. Like whenever you evade, all of your pets evade too.
What do you...
No, what the fuck? I really like looking like a hobo, and I don't need to like look even more like a hobo. In game and real life maybe as well, I don't know. I literally have like no more points to put anything. I guess flashbang. Flashbang, yes.
What's with I?
Okay. Put us on flashbang. It's actually perfect timing. And what else? What else? I'm level 60 now. That's what I wanted to be. So now I can switch the pants. Which does the following. And I am honored with Devil's Crossing, right? Surely. Dude, oh my god.
Good. You're one of my. You. That's good there, because that's the warden's defeat is a.
I'm honored now, right? Surely.
So you before.
Did I need to like fix my stuff? I can't have them. Okay. Keep item. It's time for scaled hide again. I could use these pants too, but honestly, they have higher armor, higher physique. They even have movement speed for some reason, and physical resistance. But they don't have like Pierce, Poison, Aether, and Bleed Rest, do they? They're pretty good though. Like these pants are really good, and they're more often than not worth playing. Except now, they're not. Okay, what else would you do now to fix your character? You would need to obviously fix these down here, which would be fixed by like 2 of those and 1 of those basically. But we need 250 more reputation. And I somehow need pierce resistance to not die to crown this gang, I guess. Unless we just don't get hit. And if we do get hit, we just get blast shield procced. Actually, I think just fixing the armor was more important than pierce stress anyway. Maybe not. Taking quite some damage here. Retaliation, Oathkeeper next. Monk. That's gonna be terrible to level, right? Okay, how do you level a fucking Oathkeeper, guys? Obviously, Virus might exist. But we already like know that's good. How else do you level an Oathkeeper? Ages of Many here, right? And RF. To boost AOM and like to have some additional single targets. It's so bad though, like compared to anything else you can do in pretty much any other class in the game. Ah shit, ah shit, ah shit. Don't get frozen. Yeah. Yeah, maybe we actually do like acid retail leveling. Like that's unironically apart from... Like obviously skating is crazy good. But apart from skating, like... What's the next best thing? And I do believe, and I do kind of agree with you guys, that it's probably acid, like hybrid retail in there as well. Like Ravenous Claw, Runner Prox's Sting, right, that kind of stuff. Could be decent. To be honest, I wanted to like stop a lot earlier with this character, but I have to say, the playstyle is very fun. The new crossbows they feel good. The sound is satisfying as well when you play crossbows actually, and they feel very nice. What can I say? And the character still somehow is ultimate viable. I mean, obviously this... It's probably like for the average player gonna be a bit scary to play like this, at least in hardcore, but yeah, just like spend an extra hour or two in Elite maybe, or like some more time in normal even. But yeah, like this. The PS rest, never mind. The average player can also select a second mastery. That's true. That is very true. The average player should have like 3,000 or maybe like 2,000 more HP here. Actually, no. The average player sometimes has the same like garbage HP because they... Yeah, if you're like playing Purifier and you're not investing into Vigor, then you have like terrible HP. But like right now, what you should do, right, is you should like... So ideally, right, you like take out like a couple points here, take out a couple points here, reduce this to like 1 point or so, like just remove the skill entirely, put this down to like 11 or 14 points, put us down to like less points, just maybe like down to 12, and you have like another point, right, you can like put all of them down here, all the way to like 20 points here, 1 point does max out Vigor, and then you have like literally like 9,000 HP. And also, of course, you want to like get range expertise for like attack speed and max movement speed, and you want to get like this for like weapon pull skill and this for like weapon pull skill with pass through as well on top. And you like 1 point this, and then eventually you're gonna get tanky with Inquisitor's Seal, and you get like resistances from Steel Resolve, and then of course ultimately you have all those Sensi Resin exclusive. Should be cool and nice and good, right? I want to try one thing though. I want to see if the guns drop at a higher level now on normal. Like the crossbows, I mean. Let's go here. Oh, what a nerd. What a freaking nerd. Welcome, Ramon. Act 7 scales to 100? Wait, what? Why does this scale to 100? And like flippin' Kron's gang scales to like level 5. I mean 50, 40, 50. Okay. Yeah, okay, I mean I guess you just farm the gun in normal then, it's easier than expected. I mean, it's not gonna be a good drop rate, but it's very easy to get it at least. Only Act 1 and 2 that don't scale. Act 1 I can understand, but Act 2? Like question mark, question mark, question mark?
I wasn't sure you'd make it, but you pulled through.
Yo, Art Conti.
Derek, it's been a while.
Thanks for the 1 year Prime support. Welcome, man. How you doing, man? Long time no see, indeed. Hello, hello, hello. Honestly, like, this year is gonna be a good year to come back to Grim Dawn if you do plan on doing that. The expansion is gonna be pretty stacked. And, yeah. We've also been running like community seasons the last couple of years. And of course, there's gonna be another one with the season, the expansion coming out. So we're just gonna add like, you know, even more content and like global chat, multiplayer, trade for softcore, stuff like that, right? If you want to enjoy that stuff too. And a couple more like mechanics. They do have a shitty drop rate, right? Oh well. I think it's a little weird that like Act 2 doesn't scale, but like Forgotten God scales so much. So high. Oh well.
After all these centuries, servants dare not even show their faces.
It's kind of funny when like gargoyle items drop more than this new item. Then you know the drop rate is like actually fucked. Alright, see you around, man. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate the support. Have a good one.
How long
Because 7 can be done whenever. Giga flexibility. I mean, Act 2 can also be done whenever after Act 7, right? But yeah, it's a lot more mandatory, and it's also like easier, and I guess like the intended way to play is like Act 2. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Is the drop rate like 0.26 like those Ascended Pauldrons? Maybe? I don't know. It's certainly not good. Is there some stuff here? No, right? Yeah, no, I get it. It's you are right. It does make sense, I guess. And that's also true, yeah. There is a certain player type that likes to overlevel enemies in RPGs. Because that's like what they did back in Diablo 2, right? So that's how this game should work too, because it's a Diablo 2 clone like every other RPG as well, and they all should be like Diablo 2, otherwise they're not qualified to exist. I very much dislike that opinion, but it exists. You get no XP at some point, yeah, like I think like once you're like 10 levels above the enemies. Diablo-like games, yeah, true. I think it's like a hard cut, right? Like you always get the same XP per mob, and then at some point you just get 0. It's not like gradual like in PoE. Oh yeah, Enigma, bad chest. Every game needs Enigma, otherwise it's not a game. Make the drop rate quick, please. Make it drop quick. I think I got like lucky when I got the first two, because like there were like two heroes, like two Korok Drudge heroes spawning, and now I didn't get a single hero on like 3 or 4, like 3 runs, 2 runs, 3 runs, 3 runs. But like normal also has like absolute shitty rates with like heroes. That's the other one actually. Okay, I mean, might as well show it, right? This is another gun you can get from these guys now, like another crossbow rather. It is Lightning, Onslaught and Storm Spread. Honestly, maybe we play that next, because it kind of looks interesting as well. Lightning Onslaught. With like chance to pass through on Storm Spread. And like increased chance to use Storm Spread. It's not gonna be like anything like anybody playing vanilla right now would ever be able to replicate it at this point, but it could be like an interesting like Asterkarn build. Or like look into like Asterkarn builds. I need more cunning. Fuck, I fucked up. I need 380 cunning for these levels. Oh, well. What would I use the Onslaught stacks on? You use them on these nuts. I mean, use them probably like on Inquisitor Seal. Like, not even kidding. You use them on nothing in this, with this item, I think. It's like Onslaught is not only an Onslaught stack build, right? Like you can't just play Onslaught without Onslaught stacks. Like with like ignoring Onslaught stacks. But this fucking item has +2 stacks even to Onslaught, like why? To like make an even bigger seal? Word of Pain? I don't think so. Like what are the actives you want to play on? Okay, you play a Lightning Runekeeper. So like Lightning Inquisitor and Berserker. You play Ranged Expertise, you play Weapon Skills, you play Dustline, you play Seal, you play Oro Sensor, right? And then you play Onslaught, like the skill itself, which is a default attack replacer that deals damage, but also it generates Onslaught stacks, right? Onslaught and Onslaught stacks are something different. I mean, they are like thematically close, but it's not the same. So you use this skill, right? I don't think you even use this. You definitely use Blood Fangs because it has like pass through when you're playing ranged. What else does it do? It converts physical to lightning. It doesn't even convert like... Okay, it has like global cold to lightning conversion. So you could play... I mean, you definitely want to play Chilling Rounds then, right? Chilling Rounds, Storm Spread. It's like Chilling Rounds, Storm Spread, Blood Fangs, maybe Avalanche, because you also like convert the cold to lightning. Then you probably play Leap to be more mobile, but like only a 1-pointer here. Maybe you want to get Icebound for like resistances. This one is literally useless. This one is attack speed, so it's great. I mean, this line is definitely good. This has flat cold damage, which you can convert to lightning. So like you want this, you want this. Maybe like, I mean, depending on like how much resistances you need. Points here, points down here, points here. There is not a single cooldown ability, right? The only one. Is there really too much points? I don't think it's too many points. Okay, wait, let's see here. Right, this crossbow, right? One-handed crossbow. By the way, my current build right now. Obviously, the guns don't show in the grimtools, but just imagine them, right? Dun, 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 dun. So, if we check this out. It's this, that, then like this line. I don't think you play bursting round actually. Just ignore that. Then you wanna max out this skill. You wanna max... No, you don't wanna max out this skill. I think just like 1 point these two maybe. This one, this one. You don't need this at all actually. Blood Fangs, maybe Avalanche, maybe Leap. These down here. And then I think you want these two next. And then like... you don't need this. You take like some points here, but ideally only one. Okay, if you want to have DR, you could like put more points here, but actually no, you put 0 points here. I'm not even kidding, you put 0 here because you have DR from Order of Censure. Like this is not higher DR, you put 0 here. You put like 1 here because it like increases your cold damage, which you do convert to lightning. But like, it's not really efficient to put more than that, I think. And you don't need onslaught stacks anyway. And then what? What do you do now? Now you put like points here, 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 and here. And then 4 here. Which you're probably gonna get like from plus skills anyway, so it's like only a 1 pointer. And then the only actives you have are Leap and Inquisitor's Seal. Like, the only like damaging cooldown abilities. You also have Rallying Cry, of course, and the Sword of Renewal, but... But no resistance reduction. Yeah, that's true. Like, but that's like the problem of the entire gun, right? Like, it's a lightning onslaught gun. What does it do again? It's lightning damage to onslaught, physical to lightning conversion to onslaught, global cold to lightning conversion, and then piercing to lightning to storm spread, and pass through and additional chance to use storm spread. So if you use 2 of this, you have like 42% chance to use this, more or less. So it's like 40, 20, 26 even. Yeah, you probably don't want to play Avalanche actually then. Because with like plus skills, you're gonna get this to like 27 for sure. This one to like... actually this one isn't gonna get it well, is it? And you still want to max it out because it's gonna be like your main. And this one, I don't know. Depends. 42, 66. 44, 66. 66 and 27 is 86, 93%. The weird acid conversion? Like what acid conversion? Oh, it's the corrosive prefix. It's from the prefix. That's not the prefix you want, obviously, right? The corrosive prefix has flat acid damage and physical to acid conversion. And electricity is attack speed. So the base is the base of this item is flat lightning damage, cold to lightning conversion, attacks... No, actually no attack speed. Attack speed is electricity. Maybe there's like some base attack speed and electricity that gives you more, but I don't think there's any base attack speed here actually. So it's just flat lightning, percent lightning, cold to lightning, and then like all the modifiers in the bottom. So ultimately, right, it's like, why play Berserker when you could just like do the same probably with Savagery, right? Like Savagery does the same, except you have -1 weapon pool skill, and you have resistance reduction, right? So you just play this instead. You have like the same attack speed, because this one has like built-in attack speed. It's like same-ish attack speed. You can actually like use all of these skills. They're all good. You play Resistance Reduction Wind Devil. You play this down here. Maybe you play this. Is this gonna be better or worse than Onslaught? I mean... probably better, right? I mean, yeah, generally, like, Onslaught will work great with, like, cooldown abilities. It's not necessarily the only way you can play this skill, though. Like, this can also be good. It's not like you have to play. But yeah, resistance reduction being, like, probably too important in this game, as always. It's gonna make this probably better on Shaman. That will be the staple of the class. This class has many staples. It's not gonna be the staple, it's gonna be one of the staples. But yeah, it is one of the staples. I agree, it is one of the staples, but it's not like the only staple. And Burden High Grout sounds fun as a Runekeeper. It is very good. I've tried a couple of Bird builds, because I think currently Bird is like, at least right now in the current test server, like Bird is like probably the best leveling skill for Berserker, in my opinion at least. And the Rune and Bird together are kind of crazy together. It's probably gonna get nerfed though, like the Raven. Maybe not the Raven itself, but like a certain interaction that I was trying was probably gonna get nerfed. Which is fair. It's just like insanely strong right now. And it's not the class getting nerfed, it's like a certain item getting nerfed. Would be great if we could use the stacks for other stuff as well. I mean, you are gonna use stacks for other stuff, right? It's the entire reason you play stacks. But I guess you're saying, like, it would be great to play it for something that's not a cooldown ability, right? Like, you could use it to... like, imagine you could, like, use Onslaught stacks to, like, make your heal better on Rallying Cry as well. Or, like, you imagine you could, like, use it to... okay, that would probably, like, suck on the class, because you don't want this to, like, consume the stacks most of the time. Yeah, it's kind of hard. Like, it would be interesting if you could, like, decide yourself, like, what it should... work on and what it shouldn't work on. That would feel like require a way more modular, like, system that Grim Dawn just isn't right now. It would be interesting though. Anyway, this crossbow, I mean, well, since it's a elemental damage type, and I feel like more often than not elemental damage builds do kind of like try to, like, they do kind of want like double resistance reduction from their like classes, otherwise they will, well, lack maybe too much resistance reduction. This might be better on Shaman. Like on Shaman Inquisitor. That said, I do know that like Onslaught can just be like a good attacker, like attack skill without using the stacks that much as well. But like in this case, being like off damage type as well, it's gonna be a bit hard, rough to use. And also, I mean, you could use this for like actual stack production and like stuff. Like you do get like 2 more Onslaught stacks on Onslaught. I think it's like maximum stacks though, not like generated per attack. Generated per attack would be much better in my opinion, actually. But like, I don't know, like what lightning skill do you want to play this for? Like it would be like some big cooldown casts, I guess, but like you don't play that with this gun, it makes no sense. Like literally makes no sense at all. I think the onslaught stacks, and those are just like cosmetic, like you're like many people are probably gonna get baited by the onslaught stacks in this weapon because they think like, oh, it's a new thing, blah blah blah. But like I think it's literally the worst thing about the entire item. I think literally just like using onslaught to attack is better. Like just attack and not even use a single cooldown spell is gonna be better. And using this for like storm spread bonuses either with onslaught or with savagery is gonna be better too. Like there's many other like things you can like use with onslaught stacks, or even like just play cooldown skills without onslaught stacks. Lightning Roof Cluster, yeah. Like maybe. But I'm pretty sure there's gonna be like some other like caster item that's just better for that, right? Probably. Also runes. Actually runes don't work with onslaught. There is a set for... There are items for like permanent bird and like permanent raven. I mean permanent raven and permanent wolf. And there's also like items that they're not necessarily making them permanent, but they allow you to basically like extend the duration, and ideally you can like extend the duration like infinitely by like critting and stuff like that, for example, or like by using a certain skill. So it's gonna be interesting. Anyway, I should go sleep, and I streamed like way too fucking long already. Fast Track Demolitionist is a lot of fun though, I gotta say, especially like with those new weapons. Really fun. Is it as good as like Blackwater Cocktail for leveling? For AoE, definitely not. For like single target, definitely yes. It's better than that actually even. Is this gonna be good to play right now on the current patch on live? I think so. I mean, I made a purifier, fast track purifier in the past. That is also totally fine, and you're gonna need like a bit of luck to get like good fire strike guns, or you just play like Hylian's maces and play melee instead, honestly, for leveling. And, like play guns later on when you get like actual good guns. Once Fangs of Asterkarn is out though, like these Eldritch Blaze emitters are gonna be kind of crazy for like ranged fast strike leveling as well. So yeah. Let's drop the links down below in the YouTube VOD as well, and call this one a run. And next time we could do Oathkeeper leveling, I guess. Yeah, I kind of want to do like a berserker, like another berserker once like a new test patch drops. But until then, yeah, maybe just like play Oathkeeper next, or Necromancer next. But anyway, thanks so much for watching, guys. I appreciate every single one of you being here. I appreciate every single one of you hanging around. And if you haven't checked out my Discord yet, help on my Discord, right? !Discord. The link is also down below on, like below the YouTube stream. And also, if you would like to play some new content right now, unfortunately, obviously you can't play the test patch unless you are a Praetorian, like a playtester. But you can check out the community seasons, which do have like a lot of content as well. There's like an offline post-season version of the mod, which does have all the content in there. And yeah, if you're like hungry for new content, you can play that until Fangs of Asterkarn is out and enjoy the game that way too. Thanks for watching, and have a good night.